Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yeah. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Hi, good morning, Magandang po. Good morning. What's going on?
Oh, I was on pause.
You were on pause, all right. You and that puppy.
Right.
You both in the doghouse today.
I live in the doghouse.
That puppy's starting to live in the doghouse.
Oh,
She's growing up by
puppy
the moment.
for sale. Puppy,
Puppy
for sale.
already.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, it's not. She's for sale. First Korean that comes by with $1, he's
Korean?
gone. That's right.
Shopao.
I didn't say that. I just said Korean. Just what I want to see, the real cause of hair loss and thinning.
No,
Not my
the
problem.
puppy's been bad. I put quotes because puppies are, they get into trouble with like little kids. And one of her latest things that she does, she goes under the couch and gets stuck. It's hilarious. It's like she's big but small at the same time, but she's small enough to go under the couch, and then
she can get in, but
she can't get out. She can, but she kind of, it's funny. It's just funny.
Boy.
Good morning, guys. Masanting awak, mayang buntag.
Today is going to be
good morning, good evening,
good show. So
it's gonna be a dang good show. It's gonna be a dang good show.
We were just going to cover some basics because it's Spill the Tea Saturday. Saturday here, the end of Holy Week. Thank God. It's not that I'm against all this religious situations going on, but they've been singing the prayers 24 hours for almost a week, and I get it. I'm religious too. It's just something that I'm not used to, and the speakers are close enough that we can hear them. We had the power outage; it was a little better, but a lot of things are closed down as of Wednesday. It's super busy. Most people take it like spring break, like a holiday, when it's more meant for religious observance. So the streets are full. You can't really go nowhere. So we've been cooped up because we're not going out in this. We've been cooped up for a couple days where we're not going to go anywhere during all the traffic. And also, we put out a notification that the whooping cough is on the rise. There's been over 40 children that have passed away. Actually, I've seen two numbers. The government put out one that said 40, and another government-based newspaper also said it was 73 or something. So, and it's a lot starting since January. But remember, adults can get it too. So check out the community post because we talk about the other communicable diseases in the Philippines, which would include TB, which I think they said 16-17% have it here.
Yes, tuberculosis.
And then also the other one is hepatitis. So it's something that you guys want to either get vaccinated for and take precautions. It's mostly bad for the babies and stuff. So, just make sure you wash your hands. But right now, for multiple reasons, we've been in for a couple days. I mean, like we do things out in the front of the house. We're not traveling anywhere. So we're staying in. We will cover two stories. We will be covering Mark Thornton had his baby. So that's a big congratulations.
Congratulations.
And then also there was a leaked footage, which appears to be direct CCTV footage of Mark at ground zero.
Mark and
And
Dexter.
it's kind of like the battle that he had with Dexter there. They both look pretty wound up. So we can't show the full footage. We have a small clip of it, okay, but the
As per YouTube
yeah, I'm not
guidelines, we're
not
really
going to
not
show you
supposed
where
to
he
fight and
actually
stuff like that.
cold cocked him outside. It was, but Mark was in a very appeared to be very agitated from the get go, and he pointed outside. You can't hear. There is no audio. So we did get some of that, and then we have where the girlfriend, okay, Tesay Fuentes, which is the actual
Tisay.
girlfriend.
Tisay.
Is it?
Tisay.
Did I say what did I say? Tesay.
No, I'm just the proper pronunciation is Tisay.
Okay.
Tisay. That's
Okay.
all.
It
That's
looks
all.
like say, right?
Tisay.
Tesay.
Yeah.
Okay. That she has put a video out on Facebook, and we found it. There is another channel that's been covering this, and they said they were friends, which I guess they've met up with them. Now she stayed a few days with them. He put some information updates. So we have updates. We are ready now. Everything that she said in her Facebook will reconfirm everything that we said when we said there was a bunch of rumors out there and that this is what we knew. And she pretty much confirmed a lot of the things we said about Mike. So George will translate the best that he can because it's in
Cebuano.
Cebuano.
It's in Cebuano.
So some words are Tagalog, but for the most part, he can understand it.
Well,
But
I believe it is Cebuano, but I believe Cebuano uses Old Tagalog
and
for its
remember,
base
he speaks Kapampangan
and
and
Tagalog.
Tagalog.
But Old Tagalog is different. For example, Kabalay. Kabalay is Old Tagalog for home. But the word for in Tagalog is bahay. I mean, so think about it.
Yeah.
Kabalay and bahay don't even sound the same, but it's Old Tagalog. I believe Cebuano is based on Old Tagalog, and I can understand a little bit of Old Tagalog.
Yeah, so we'll cover that we'll cover that story second because her video is about 10-12 minutes. We might have I let Mike's Philippine journey know. I know he speaks some of it. He might come in on the video. We'll release a link here in a little bit, or he'll at least tell us what he actually thinks of it. But basically, I believe we're confirming what we said when this happened Sunday morning. We believe that's when he perished, was Sunday, and according to the girlfriend, that's possibly what happened because she said when she got there, she was able to see him, and then he passed. When we contacted on Monday the hospital, which was confirmed because we contacted several of them, they said they had no patient that was living that was there. And then we got a hold of some MMA fighters and checked out a few things, and they were already saying rest in peace. And I responded, I was like, still alive. Nobody said anything, blah, blah, blah. And oh, holy crap, George. So we were kind of like, and so we announced that we believed at that point that he had passed away, which would have been by Monday. And they were announcing it late Tuesday that he passed away. Who was that?
No, she was
Bella?
going in with all the no.
Oh, they're messing with the PPAds.
Yeah.
So she just reconfirmed some of the things that we've said. So I don't know. I'm going to do a quick shout out because we want to get through some of this because of how long the footage is. And I'm going to try to avoid a 4-hour live stream. I told George I've been up since 4 a.m. trying to talk to people and been doing different things. So I'm kind of on the half until I get my coffee wakes me up.
Yeah.
We have Scott in the world as
Hey,
I see
Scott.
it. George, Sarah, good morning.
Hey, George. Hey,
Brian
Sarah.
is
Hey,
in
Sarah.
the house. PH Prepper, Dan, Finn, Racer X, good morning. D-Man, Tobias is in the house. Mr. LDR is in the house.
LDR.
Bill
Hey, LDR.
And let's see, Corner Clubhouse Cobalt or
Brian Thompson.
Cobalt, yeah. And Black Grandpa is in the house. Ruby,
Hey, Black
good
Grandpa.
morning.
Hey, Ruby. Oh, Sarah, we just been popping popcorn a lot, and we've been using that kettle corn. Thank you so much. Kettle corn.
Yeah. Were you eating the popcorn in the beginning? Or are you saving it for
Was
later?
I say it further? Just so you guys know, I'm very religious too. You know, I always have my daily prayers. It is Holy Week. I go, please send me some Boston cream.
Boston cream.
Yes, all hail Dunkin' Donuts.
You didn't say Boston cream donuts. Talk about leaving something off the end of your story. You
No.
said send me Boston cream.
Yes, I said send me Boston cream, and then I said all hail Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, I've been saying my prayers too.
Oh yeah, what's their prayer?
Send me a real Filipino.
Oh dang! I laugh.
Send me
I
an
laugh at that statement whenever someone says,
angel.
"Oh, he's not real." Oh,
Right.
really? Really?
Send me
Okay.
an angel.
But anyway,
Yeah, we had somebody say
But
that again
anyway.
recently. They're like, "Oh, George doesn't know the struggles because he's rich."
okay, that's like
You're
saying
born with a golden spoon in
that's
your
like
mouth
saying
there, huh?
that. Okay, okay, let's pick a non-political figure. Let's pick, say, what? Well, let's say Ronald Reagan.
Oh man.
Ronald Reagan is not a real American because he never knew the real struggles. Well, because honestly, he didn't. He didn't understand the real struggles of building a railroad and begging for money. No, he didn't. But guess what? You're saying he's not an American because he didn't struggle.
Well, they tried to say, several people are still saying, as I've been trying to
Right.
cover, that George is not
I was
Filipino.
born and
He
raised in the Philippines. Now,
went to college
did I
here.
struggle? Yes, I struggled in life. I was homeless for a while, and then I have my own struggles in my own thing.
Everybody
Most of
does.
the time, I don't let my personal life go into the streams, but that doesn't mean I'm not Filipino because I can speak English without an accent. Doesn't mean I'm not Filipino. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird.
Yeah,
It's just
it was,
weird.
It was actually
Yeah.
really weird. Okay, so I think we'll start off. AJ's in the house also. Looks like Brent's World. Tony Manning, good morning. All right, let's start off with, it looks like little baby Thornton was finally born.
Yay.
We put a Facebook post for those that watch us in a community post, and we really do congratulate them.
Congratulations.
Just because we talk
Beautiful
about
baby.
somebody or they come up in our feed and everything, we've always said that whether it's good or bad or it's an expat.
You have to.
Oh, hold on.
All right.
All right. So he wants me to impersonate Mark Thornton.
Let's. Okay, guys. Okay.
I need a hat.
Here's a Heidi impersonate. Oh,
Here, let me see
Which
your black hat. Probably not big enough.
this one?
Yeah, that'll work.
All right. Oh yeah, that's right. He wears that sombrero, that
Yeah,
wicker
but
sombrero.
I think it's
We don't
not
have
gonna-
a wicker
well,
sombrero.
I can't because I got ponytails on, babe.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's all right. Then go ahead. All right. Here we go.
Today, Jen had the baby, and she was in labor for 6 hours, and
You were doing good yesterday.
I know. Now I'm on nerve.
We didn't plan this for the live, just so you know. But anyway,
And, yeah, because
she did this for me, and
I did. I was like,
all right.
today Jen had the baby, and she went into labor about 5:30 in the morning, and we made it on time to the hospital, and she was in labor for 6 hours, and she had a C-section. Now in the United States, they're quick to do it, and she had the baby, and baby Rogan is born. They say he looks like me, but I don't think so. Who does he look like, Mark? Look at me. Look like it's because I have ponytails. My
first
rubber
off,
bands are up here.
She, a baby is a baby. They won't get the full features of the parents up until they get older.
No,
but anyway,
he's cute as a bug in a rug.
no,
So
cute baby.
but had the baby. So yeah, we gotta wait for that baby to grow up.
Yeah, you want me?
So they will be very, very, very busy. We're gonna play Mark's clip. Go ahead and throw Mark's clip in there, babe. I wouldn't address that. So I see what you're very.
He's doing great. I've got a little video here, clip at the end. You can see what he looks like. They're saying he looks like me. I don't see it, but anyway, that's what they say.
Did he say it?
I thought he said it too, but I thought he called him he. But yes, he did refer to him as an it.
It several times.
Okay. It. I thought he
It.
said he, but okay. Hey, Mr. LDR, bite me. You disappeared forever. You want to come in and talk about a low blow? That's not a low blow. That's called entertainment. And evidently 114 people are here to be entertained.
Cute, but
Short of
cute
slapping the
baby.
crap out of George and staying out of Filipino
All right,
prison.
I want to hear
bite
this
me.
again. I want to hear this again.
You're saying he looks like me. I don't see it, but anyway, that's what they say.
No, he says it.
I don't know.
It's just odd.
Hey,
but,
it's Spill the Tea Saturday.
There's nothing wrong
He
with
doesn't seem to
it.
think
It's
that the
just
kid
odd. Yeah.
looks, anything like it. Okay, I will address it now that Ruby is saying that she agrees. I'm assuming you're talking about Hi Dave saying, please don't have little boy John cam up because somehow he'll make the live stream about himself. Here's the thing, guys. We say that everybody's welcome, okay? But at this point, I will let you know that John in any form will not probably be allowed in because I went back through that live stream and every time we asked him not to cuss and act a fool, he did. If people want to go and talk to each other and do all that, I'm with it. But we asked them to keep the cussing down. A few dams and this and everything is not so bad, but we asked them. So this is the reason he won't be in the live stream. But I told George, here's the thing. People are complaining and crying about Mike being in, oh yeah. Yeah, it's Reynolds and John's wedding is up and coming. So if you guys are watching, we have friends that are supposed to be getting married, and I believe that's today or tomorrow. So congratulations to them, Reynolds and John. Now, if you guys want to cam up and come on, besides you guys complaining about Mike being on all the time, that's because Mike has a lot to say about things, and a lot of people are shy. If it's one of our regulars, we don't mind them coming on without a face. They can use their audio, but it's, besides that, Joseph said do them again with that.
Yeah, I know, right? Do them again with that. Oh, and just to clarify, today is Holy Saturday, guys. Holy Saturday, not Black Saturday. Black Saturday coincides with Thanksgiving. That's called Black Wednesday, Black Friday, Black Saturday. Today's Holy Saturday, just to clarify.
Yeah, so tomorrow for us will be Easter, and maybe the Easter Bunny will visit. Maybe the Easter Bunny will visit George's eggs.
Well, it's gonna be the Energizer Bunny.
You better stop. You shaking my coffee, and I'm about to shake you. Hey, your eggs and carrot will not be groomed if you don't stop. What is that I said? What time of the year is it for the boys?
One in every state.
No. Maybe it's a little time to take a little off the top and drop you off at the church.
What? Are you talking about Tuli?
Yep, Tuli.
Yeah. It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, it's not. Looks like they did already. Okay. Anyways, that's
that's
why do they call
joke.
it the rite of passage for the boys?
No. Tuli.
They do it during. They do it
for those of you who don't know
Easter.
what Tuli is. Tuli is a Filipino word for I should be able to say it, circumcision.
Yeah, that's about all.
Rite of passage is basically when they do a Tuli is when a boy turns into a man. Now, there's nothing special. I'm just gonna tell you guys again. In the Philippines, there's really nothing special about it. It just gets done and over with the same way as that happens in America. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's done the same way in Britain and in Australia.
Hey, Bruce is in the house too.
The only time it's different if you live in no offense to anybody, but if you live in a backwater part of the country, and then they do it, old school. There's nothing wrong with that either. But for the most part,
Bruce,
there's nothing special about it.
Okay.
So just letting you guys know, because somebody posted it and they're acting like it's this weird thing no, it's not, bro. I mean, obviously that hasn't been done to you, so you don't know. But there's nothing special about it. It gets done to a lot of guys, and it's all over the world.
Okay, which will happen to Mark's son, Rogan. So don't worry about that. Well, I'm sure.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know.
So, in saying that, yes, he does have kids that I'm aware of. I don't know how many. The only one that I keep hearing him talk about is his daughter. And I believe she has special needs. Didn't they say she was? There's something that she has autism possibly or something. So he does have the daughter that we're aware of. I can't speak for the rest. I only hear him talk about the daughter, but I think he has multiples, but I can't 100% speak on that. All right, so we're going to show you the clip that surfaced. Mark already explained all this in his video, and this has been a while. This has been more than a month ago that this all happened. And they said it would surface. Other vloggers said they had the footage. The footage has come out. We're not going to show where the blows went out, okay? But we will show you where he is you could see where he's really upset. I could try to reenact that. Go ahead and put it up. You gonna help me on this? Because we're gonna keep the audio. Well, there was no audio.
No.
But there was audio.
Either way.
You don't want me to?
Well, remember, you're tiny.
Okay, but they'll hear me.
Well, yeah, you can use the voiceover, yes. All right.
Hey, let's go outside. Really? Let's go outside. Let's go, man. Hey, you. Dang, let's go outside. Get your hands off of me. Dang, I'm gonna get out there. I'm gonna knock you out. And that's how it went down.
The funny thing is, there's a third party who doesn't seem involved, that's sitting in the background, that just stood up and like, what's going on here?
And by the way, behind him in this footage,
And
that's
then,
Critter Hunter right there. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm just gonna let you know. I'm a big fluffy girl, and I'm gonna let you know that I was like, he's lost a lot of weight, by the way, guys. So I'm gonna give him that.
and the other guy looks like says,
and I was like,
go get him,
that's
man.
Critter
Look,
Hunter
look,
behind
it looks
him.
like he says, go get him, man. Look, check it out.
No, he said, get your hands off of me.
Right.
But so what it was, as soon as he stepped outside, Mark really laid into him. And for our purposes in YouTube, we will not show the blows. Okay, so
It's
the
actually against
footage has
YouTube.
surfaced.
YouTube.
And so he did. He laid into him. But let me let you know, they both went out at the same time. And some of the things that Mark was saying doesn't look to be so true now. Here's our personal opinion, and we want to hear from you guys, is that we feel that if a case was really going to be laid on, it would have happened by now.
Correct. The thing is Philippine justice system is somewhat kind of weird. It can be fast, it can be slow.
Nope, there was a bunch of people in there.
And it can be, at this point, Philippine justice may be slow, but it's not that slow.
Right. So it's been more than a month since
Correct.
all that happened.
So odds are, in all probabilities,
ACB.
nothing's going to happen. The reason why I'm saying, well, first off,
I don't think either want to deal with lawyers or time.
right,
It
and
takes a lot of time to settle these. And Mark doesn't have no money, so what the heck are they going to sue for?
you can't get blood out of turnip. You can get Beanie Babies though.
You could sue for the Beanie Baby.
I want
collection.
those Beanie Babies.
Hey babe.
I want them now. I want the Princess Diane Beanie Babies.
Hey babe. Maybe they can repost their hair plugs.
Oh gosh dang. All right. Repo the hair plugs. Sorry, we're gonna have to repo the hair plugs.
Stop repeating. Come up with your own.
We're gonna like transfer them from you to this guy.
That was a low blow. Sorry.
Right. Oh, could be hair plugs from below. Hair plugs from below.
Ruby, you said George, Holy Week is supposed to be about fasting. No,
Well,
fasting
yeah,
would be that would be Ramadan, where they. No, you're not showing the fish.
I have to show the fish.
They actually sustain from, was it red meat? They're allowed to have fish and something else.
No, I mean.
But do you have the footage?
Well, I have the fish.
Well, you
Yes,
go ahead and
you're supposed to go into a pescatarian diet, which means instead of red meat, you're supposed to replace it with fish.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's how it's supposed to be. I'm not saying that's what it is. If that makes any sense. I mean,
Yeah.
oh, hold on.
Yeah, it says, which would be Lent, right?
Yes.
Lent is a period of 40 days which Christians remember the events leading up to Jesus Christ's disparage or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we've been
Uh,
eating fish to replace red meat, and this is the fish that we eat. There you go.
Yeah, it's for
See?
prayer and
Look at that.
fasting. But when they say fasting, they actually it's a certain type of
Yeah, there's your fish. No. We didn't make this. Actually, this was on Facebook. Somebody fashioned steak out of
double checking now.
fashioned a fish
it
out of
says it's fasting, but I believe it's
out of
just
steak. I thought they did a good
sustained
job. And the eyes are onion rings. Well, the top of an onion ring. Yeah.
routine prayer.
But we did
Is it a full fasting though?
well. We kind of do fast. I mean, we don't eat breakfast. We skip lunch for the most part. No, really we do. And for the most part, we eat soy. So it's kind of like another day when it comes to our diet. It's somewhat another day for us. I mean, because again, for the most part, we skip lunch, and for the second part, most of the time we eat soy instead of actually eating meat. We do have meat in the fridge right now, but we haven't thawed it out. We haven't defrosted it, and we'll probably cook it next week because it, you know, it needs to be eaten. But
Yeah, I mean they cut down on the food. It says fasting Catholics are permitted to eat one full meal as well as two smaller meals that are not grouped together. The rules of fasting apply from 18 to 59, but it's not like
yeah, for
the
the
Muslims do where, it's
Ramadan,
from
yeah.
sunset to
No, it's not the
literally
same. It's not
that
the same.
where they actually, which is close to 12 hours, I believe.
Right. It's
And then you're
as long
supposed to sustain from, I guess,
yeah, as long as
lady
the sun is
pleasures.
up, basically Muslims don't eat during Ramadan. Yes. What's with the chain whipping? Now that is called they're called penitents or flagellants, depending on the vernacular you're accustomed to. Penitent covers the ones that whip themselves, and also the ones
I
that
have footage in there.
that
Go-
actually
Go grab the
crucify
footage.
themselves. They're
We'll
because
grab some of the footage
they
real
are
quick before we go
Filipinos
on
that
to
are
the
so
next story.
hardcore that crucify themselves. Is it over here already?
No. Go in there. You just was there.
No,
Yeah,
that's
it's
second.
already it's already
This
in
one?
the computer.
Oh, it's already in
downloaded.
there.
Yes, it's already.
Oh,
1
okay.
second, we'll grab it.
Well, it'll show up right away. And then it's not. These are old.
Okay,
Yeah.
then thought I did. So
No, it's in the drive. Yes.
so we'll download that to show you guys. It shouldn't take
Yeah. No,
long.
penitent again. Means somebody who again either flagellates themselves or get crucified. Again, that's called a penitent. There's actually a movie in the West called Penitent, and he traveled, and then just so you can experience this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a full
Yeah, flagellant
fasting and
is the
you're
word
supposed
for
to-
the person who whipped themselves. Just so you know. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be available.
Grow up. Wait,
I
hold
would
on.
wait and show that footage before you go through the questions.
Oh, hold on.
Because I'm supposed to
Do another impression like somebody asked.
yeah, and Lent
Okay,
and
then
Christians.
do another impression.
What?
They wanted another impression, just so you know. They asked for it. All right, hold on. Go ahead. Oh wait, they said do it with the hat. Here.
Don't I get another hat?
Well, I have the Mexican hat.
So when the baby is born, the money, the Social Security will just go straight to the baby. And after I pass away, Jen won't have to mess with any of that money. So it'll just go directly to her bank account. There'll be a separate amount. And yes, you can have your Social Security sent in 2 different places. And don't worry, just file your taxes in the U.S. Don't worry about anything that goes on here.
What about your Princess Diana Beanie Baby there, Mark?
You can choose one. 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 What's your sister's name again?
I can't say it, but
You can't remember your sister.
I know I remember her name.
I'm
I
talking
can't.
about Jen's sister.
Oh well, babe, I don't.
I have to say we watch, but we don't watch, guys.
Yeah. Bruce says, yeah, yo, Heidi, that's great.
Hey, look at me. I'm.
And Racer X untrue. Racer X talking about what Mark says. That's what. Oh crap! CBGB says, "Don't ban me, Mark."
Right.
Jennifer Wilson. Hey, Jennifer Wilson says that baby is gonna be Beanie Baby traumatized. Dang.
They used to be worth a lot of money. I knew. I sold him them when I was
Right.
working at
Personally,
HSN in
right.
customer service. Somebody was like,
Yo, Mark,
putting him
you
in a
again?
payment plan.
Yo, Mark, you again?
Yo, Mark. Hi, my name is Heidi. Thank you for calling HSN. May I take your order, please?
Right.
You have that item number? 346
Where's
978. Yes, that's the Princess Diana
Right.
Beanie Baby. How many would you like today?
where's the Princess
8, huh?
Thorton?
Wow, you're
So
really
we can
investing
send a
in
chopper
that, huh?
to drop off your Beanie Baby by care package.
We'll have it sent by drone.
Exact. Well,
There it is, babe. Did you grab it?
no. I'm just it's been there. Yeah. Oh wow, what kind of cross? Jeez.
Now, you're not going to see any of the whipping here because you can get in trouble
It's
for it.
YouTube. Bruh, that kind of thing.
Hey, I sent one to Mike and George. There was one hardcore. It was a small kid doing the chain.
These are anorexic crosses. I have no clue what kind of.
Right? Them are the
crosses these
type
are.
I want to carry, man.
Right, I know those. No, the real cross. I say
They're
real crosses. They're
gigantic,
heavy,
weigh 400
super heavy.
pounds,
I've
yeah.
lifted one of them, and I
What's with
I
the
think Heidi
flowered
did.
hats?
It's not supposed to
Did I
be.
just see one white guy? go
No,
by?
actually, it's supposed to be a crown of thorns, but I think it's a newer generation.
I think it's a Filipino thing.
No,
Hey, throw some holy water on
well,
me.
I wouldn't say it's a Filipino thing. A Filipino thing is a crown of thorns and then getting crucified.
This is where they had a bunch of displays set up and a bunch of Filipinos and people that are traveling, because this is like one of the big travel days and everything.
Actually, guys, okay, now here's the thing.
Hey, Kay Dallas, good morning.
Honestly, if you're thinking about going to the Philippines, probably the best time or worst time is to move in or visit the Philippines during Holy Week. The reason why I say this is
What
because
you talking about, Willis?
no. See, here's the thing. I said for those who want to live here, not visit. If you want to live here, if you visit during Holy Week, this is a time
You
where
can survive.
when you're gonna meet the most traffic, most close places, worse internet.
Do not listen to this. Listen, don't listen to this Filipino.
Right? I know. That's what I'm saying. If Holy Week is like the worst time of the year to be an expat because again, it's loud nonstop. It's traffic nonstop. A lot of places are closed because they go on vacations during this time. You know what I'm saying? And then the internet is it. No, really, it's horrible. I mean, I barely can play Call of Duty, put it that way. But point being, Holy Week is somewhat one of the worst times of the year. If you can
Yeah, technically most
yeah,
of it's over because tomorrow's Sunday.
yeah, if you can
Easter.
survive Holy Week, then you can survive the rest of the year. The way I see it, just saying.
Yeah. Trying to see if there's any.
Radar says I don't understand these rituals at all. Miss the point of its finish. No, it's not. The reason why, okay, I get it. You, according to religion, that nobody has to pay for their sins, yada yada yada. However, this is a show of devotion. Now, meaning it's to show your faith to the religion, which is on this part is Catholicism to be particular. But just so you guys know, again, the newer generation, which is a newer generation, now you just think it's cool. There's a difference there.
I think a lot of now the new generations like the U.S. they're just for vacationing, and
Well, and then
religious people said to.
it's more of like, yo, if I do this procession and do this, people will think I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? And that's the newer generation. My take, my opinion. Oh, did you? Okay.
Of course.
That's fine.
I mean, that was from the get-go. If it had been further down afterwards, I'd have got it, but not from the beginning. So, I mean, we're about it, but when
Racer X, Racer X showed up 2 weeks before Holy Week, so you did get the brunt of it. But obviously, you're still here, so therefore, you're. Well, I'm saying again, like, that's another thing, burnouts, because everybody's off, which means they have a high power consumption. There's a higher probability of burnouts. Yes.
Well, you can go. Don't be like that. I'm just saying, if you're going to go through the comments, I would.
I wasn't.
Okay, well then you want to.
I
Start
wasn't.
on the
That's
next topic?
Again. See, I'm just.
Okay. All right, so let's get to what was interesting. Yeah, we will get to the main story here. Okay, so another footage has appeared. Okay, we're going to get to the story about Range 999 that attacked an American, and now he's deceased. It was in Cebu. Okay, we had put a few videos out, and we had put in there that what the incident was. Nobody had a whole lot of information. Then we put another video out that says, hey, we got more detail. We came out and showed some club footage. Okay, and according to several newspapers, Rain showed up after the fact, that he wasn't in there during all this stuff going down. Now we did that coverage. A lot of you guys had followed the whole story. We said we called some hospitals, and we believe that we knew he was deceased either Sunday or Monday because people were mentioning it in the US. We found stuff. So we were doing some research on it. Okay. Now the girlfriend has come forward. Okay. And she's appeared on some other channel. Okay. I'm not going to mention the channel, but she hardly said anything. This guy, okay, I believe we said he was from Netherlands or something, or where he was from. He's not an American. It doesn't matter, actually.
Norway.
Is it Norway? Okay.
Norway.
I think it was Norway.
Norway.
And has a Filipino wife. They came
Norwegian.
out with a video probably now about 14 hours ago. Well, 11 hours ago. Miss Fuentes has actually made her own video that she has put out to the world, okay? And she has told more of the story. Now, I want to let you know that, like we said, George speaks Kapampangan and he speaks Tagalog. Some of the words and most of them he can understand. We're going to play this video through. He'll stop it to tell you the main points of the actual video. So she has released this. Now I'm going to tell you guys in advance also the updates before we play her video. Range 999, better known as Jed Andrew Solera, will never see the light of day. Okay. He will be charged with the charges that it actually stands. Okay. So he will get the gun charge, and then of course we know what the other charge is, and I'm not going to say that out loud. It was said that he was going to get out, that it was a possibility he was going to get out, which, yes, Philippines has a specific law. I want to let you know that his mother did come here, and I believe we mentioned that in the last video. His family was on the way and everything, which she has been here, and that his body was not at the hospital because he's been cremated. Okay. So he has been cremated. He's going back to the US. His mother is also taking the daughter. He has one daughter that was from one Thai wife, which he's divorced. He has a second Thai wife, okay, which is unclear if he's divorced, okay. The reason being is she has a GoFundMe, which is officially still open, but the funds are on hold to get money to come visit here, correct? So the Thai wife in there and the other people are claiming that he's still married because they're saying his wife, his current wife. So it looks like maybe they possibly were separated. Okay. So the funds were asked for. Somebody went through the whole story of a GoFundMe about she needed money. So she came here. Okay. And she has met up with the girlfriend. They've been to the police station. We're going to play some of the footage. But basically, the daughter from the first marriage, the older one that he's had custody with, will go back with the mother. So we have that much. It's not staying with the girlfriend or anything. The daughter will not. Also, we said he will not get out. He will serve time. Okay. Also, it was said that a bunch of loggers were collecting money and everybody's getting paid on this from the other channel. And as I'm aware, only one person did, and that was the wife, okay, of his son. And she said it was for him, for the son, and it was for travel so she can come over here. But when they got to the police station and all that, it was already handled. So the charges are definitely there. We've been checking the courts, being it's all during the holiday time. I imagine it's just not showing in the Philippine records, but I've been checking on a daily basis for the official charges. That's probably going to take some time for that to update. Things move slow on that for sure. And that's all I got. That they were together a year and a half.
Yeah.
So about a year and a half.
Thank you, AJ. Appreciate that. 125 in the room and 30 likes. So hit the like when you have a chance. Thank you so much. Again, hit the like button.
Yes, guys.
Again, share, subscribe, send me donuts, Boston cream preferably.
Consider
Donuts.
membership, guys.
Dunkin' Donuts.
All right, so we're going to play this. George will stop it when it gets to a main point, and that way people can see it because some people do speak Cebuano.
Okay. Again, for those who miss it, again, now I don't speak Cebuano, but apparently Cebuano is based on Old Tagalog, and Old Tagalog again, it's similar. Well, I wouldn't even say similar to Tagalog, but for example, again, kabalay and bahay is not the same. It doesn't sound the same at all, kabalay and bahay, but they mean the same thing, home. Kabalay is old Tagalog, but she uses it, and I believe that's Cebuano. So what I'm saying is, again, I can pick up most of the words, and again, for those of you who speak Cebuano, let me know if I did mistranslate, but here's the footage.
Consulting ako about sa mga tao nga kaasa ko grabe ka sakit ka mawala umiyak. Wala mo kabalo kung unsang tinuod, pero mga comments sa uban, mga dili tinuod na something like ingon na tagan kayo sila sakit nga.
I want to let you guys know also the biggest thing that gets me is I'm just going to call him out for what he is, like he's going to get out of jail and come see me. I wish he would. That he would not face her. I don't think she mentions that in here, does she?
No.
Okay,
no.
He's been branded a coward.
He would not face her.
Face her and the wife. Which, by the way, like we said, the wife actually came here. Okay, again, we're only hearing the one channel said that he was divorced from both women, but it's funny that family and the girl set up the GoFundMe, the current wife with the son, and said, I'm the wife. So I'm still thinking he was still married but separated. But he'll get more than 25 years. That's he could get that alone for possession of an illegal firearm used in an actual crime. So I figure because of the Philippines, I'm thinking 20 to 40 years. He won't get, there is no death penalty. He's not going to get 40 years to 80 or something. My guess, with a good attorney and the money he's been collecting, 20 to 40.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
He'll go with that the guy lunged at him, and he'll use all the other lies that we debunked. Like, you could see him coming from a distance. He was told, we had several people on the hook, and we do still have those women that said we were in the club and the women wouldn't stay off of him. He's a great guy. He's a nice guy. And they went through all of that. But back to the coward. I am not going to say allegedly he's a coward. He's an outright coward. I told George, I said, we ought to get on a plane and go see him, but he's not worth the time. It's just more attention that he actually gets. But he would not face the wife and the current girlfriend. So he's a coward. He should have apologized. And I mean, it's, but she's okay. So what did she say up to this point? Sorry.
Well, just to add on to what Heidi says, here in the Philippines, when you hear this word duwag, which means that's translation for coward, and Filipinos have no problem using this. If they yell at you duwag, that means they're calling you out a coward. Now, the other word, it's so common and it's so normal that we were watching a game show yesterday and they actually use these words. Duwag. I was like, whoa, he just called him a coward on a game show in the Philippines. And he also says, magpalalaki ka, be a man, magpalalaki. Be a male. It's the direct translation. But of course, obviously, it means be a man. So basically, in most Filipinos' eyes, whenever you do this, it's frowned upon. Obviously, you don't have enough guts to meet up with the widow or, whoever, and you're not man enough. Duwag, as they say, quack, coward.
Yes, two Pauls. We answered that on the last video that we covered that. We covered it in 2 videos during a live stream. Yes, you're saying that 999 was not in the club. Yes, and I'll repeat that again. He was not in the club,
Actually,
according to
we can
witnesses.
play that video because that's a clean video. It has nothing.
No,
No?
I
You don't have
still
to
don't
play-
want
not that
because
one?
every time we play that footage, it
Well, I don't-
demonetizes.
I don't think it's that one.
He can go watch it. I'm not
All
playing
right,
any
anyway.
of that because he was probably when he gets kicked is the biggest reason YouTube doesn't want to deal with it, and plus people
Well, that's
report our
nothing to do
channel.
with the kick. That's him just
People can go
in,
watch the other footage.
just
I'm not
laughing and
replaying the.
smiling.
Sorry. Oh, you're talking about the club.
That's what I
footage.
said. The laughing, smiling one.
Oh, you still got that?
Yeah,
I thought you
that's
were
what I'm
talking
saying.
about
This
the
one,
outside
I was pointing.
Yeah,
at it.
you can play that again.
All right, no, this is him in the club, guys. This is the actual club footage that night or morning, early morning, as we were. This is the actual time, the actual club footage. Not, no, it doesn't look like empty close to me. Just saying. No, this was uploaded around 2:30 in the morning.
And because of the jealousy and all the women that wouldn't stop touching him and hanging on him as the foreigner, they're saying range was called in. This came from several eyewitnesses that were in the club. And he came and he was called in. And I'm going to stick to that because several newspapers repeated that before and after our story. Not copying us, they're coming up with the same story. But could be a third side to the story, guys. Maybe he was there, left, and then came back, but they said he was not in the club during the confrontations and the things that were going on. So then what else was it? The girl said that he was not in the club. He came after. So he was called in. That's why it was 6:30 in the morning or something.
Yeah, he was having a good time again. It's a fun video. It's nothing wrong with that video. Again, he was just out in the club having
and the
fun.
girlfriend here in a little bit will vouch for his character again, which most girlfriends would.
But
okay, what did she say so far?
well, let me again. Actually, all she says is, "I'm here to talk to you guys and to talk to you about these hurtful comments made about Michael." That's what she said, and she says these are hurtful comments.
Dahil kasakit nga ilang gimis, ilang comment, ingon na pero kabalo ko sa batasan sa uyab, kabalo ko nga dili niya mahimo nga mangbastos og babaye kay nga
Okay, she says, Michael, I have never known him to disrespect any woman. I have not known him to disrespect or be rude to anybody. That's what she says.
siya respeto. He's so respectful and so friendly and also so kind. Kabalo ko nga dili mabuhay sa akong uyab ng bastos.
She says, from what I know here, be aware, it's not me. I'm just she's going to repeat a lot of things. She says, from what I know here, which means, I guess, in her own opinion or from what she's seen. Because she says, from what I know here, he has never disrespected anybody, male or female.
And they do know the identity of the man. Now, whether he's been arrested,
Yes,
that hasn't
yes.
been announced to anybody, but I'm sure they're either working on it or, they know who it is.
Yeah,
So
no, they
the
know
girls,
this. They've identified
the
the
girls,
guy.
we
Yes.
said that in our previous one. They know who he is. So, yes.
Right.
Butan kayo akong uyab. Balugyog ko nga dili siya mangbastos ng mga bayi. Respeto kayo siya. Bisag sa kuha, respeto kayo siya. Huwag sa mga tao nga gaingon na nga. Nga kabit ko, ingon ana. Wala mo kabalo sa mga tinuod nga story. Na siya ex-wife, kanang divorce na sila. Dayon, nag-stay mi diri, nag-meet mi diri, nakita ko siya diri,
Okay. Now, just so you guys know, I can't play it in full volume, so I have to concentrate on the audio, in case you guys are wondering about my facial expressions, because if I put in full audio, you guys hear an echo. So that's why I'm trying to concentrate, because I have to lower the volume on our side. Now, she's saying that she has met the wife, and they're fine together. There's nothing wrong with them. And again, she repeated
mother
again
of his son.
that Michael was very respectful to everybody and never, again, she keep in mind, she's repeating herself. So
She's
I'm not
very distraught.
Yes,
That's
of course. And I'm not
understandable.
gonna retranslate every word because again, she's just repeating herself.
And this was very hard. I listened to this several times and getting the recording this morning, and it was heartbreaking. I cried over this, and I'm very distraught.
meet me diri sa Philippines. Nana siya diri sa Philippines din. Nagkita mi. Nag-date. Until nga nag-stay na mi together.
Okay, according to her and the wife have met recently, and when she says stay together, they live in the same location together. Now, whether it's a hotel or not, I don't know. She never clarified, but that's what she said.
Almost 1 year and a half. Stay mi together. Wala may bulagay. Stay lang din mi sa isa ka balay. Tapos kabalo na.
So she says that me and Michael have lived in our home for 1.5 years. That's what she says. And kabalay. Kabalay means home. Again, that's old Tagalog, which I guess this is Cebuano again. So I'm just I'm translating from what I know.
Gid ko sa iyang nga batasan. Kabalo ko nga kuan butan kasi nga pagkatawo pero wala lang siya sa imong grabe ka sa akin. Dili na ako madawat yun. Tugin ako nga matagal ng justice akong iyag pero inaabta naman og kuan, lakaw man ko sa kuan sa police station, nag-asman ko dito.
Okay, so she says it's really painful, and I can't even translate because it's hard to translate into English. But so basically, she's saying it's really painful, and then her and the wife, as it were, went to the police station, or ex-wife, as rather, went to the police station.
So, tapos naglakaw ko iya family dito, tapos katong iya ex-wife naglakaw dito. Ang pulis nga okay daw, di daw na siya kagawas. di daw siya kagawas kay nag-file man yung kaso ang police po. Di na gid siya kagawas so maghulat na lang may hearing.
Okay. So she's saying that when we arrived there, she didn't mention Rangers 999's name. She says, according to the police, he's not going to be free. Now, these are her words, not my words. According to her, the police said he is not going to be free. He's not going to be free until the hearing. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to be free after the hearing, but basically, the police are just being
His mother has arrived.
Right.
So when they got there, as I'm to understand, the wife and his current girlfriend, everything had already been handled. My guess is the mother. had
right. They already
appeared.
filed charges, and again, like I said, I think the police were just being politically correct. They're just saying, to the best of our knowledge, I'm talking between the lines here. To the best of our knowledge, he won't get free up until at least the hearing. Now, after that, they didn't say, but the cops told her, in her words, is the cops told me that Range 999 won't be free until the hearing. Now, what happens after that? Right now, we don't know, but odds are, in all probabilities, he'll probably stay in prison. But I'm just saying, again, that's my opinion again, but from what she says, the cop says he won't be free until after the hearing. That doesn't mean he's going to be free. They're just, again, trying to be politically correct. What the?
Na yun. Bago pa siya nagkuan, kanang wala pa siya namatay atong nagkuan. Nag-uli ko sa amo nga atong nga time. Wala pa kanang nag-uli ko sa amo kay nang convocation ila mama basa ang pamilya. Ana siya mag-stay lang ka sa inyo ha og kuan ha kanang mag-stay lang ka sa inyo ha og 2 weeks sa balik ka dayon ana siya sa ako tayon pagkaugma to na nangit siya sa ako nga malaag daw siya kay board daw siya kaya kay na-accident man po siya sa motor tapos naglakaw siya dyan sa Cebu kay magpa-check up po siya sa iyang hotel kay
Now, at this point, some of us kind of get blurry. Now, again, my Cebuano is not perfect. I'm going to be honest with you again, full disclosure. But it seems like she says that he was there to have a checkup because of a motorcycle accident. Now, I'm not quite sure, because the problem is, it's when people talk, they assume you know who you're talking about. So they just say she says he went to the hospital to have a checkup because of the motorcycle accident. So I believe she's talking about Michael, because that's what she's talking about, but not necessarily. That's what I'm getting at. Because remember, a lot of people think that you know who you're talking about, even though, because sometimes they say things that are not related, if that makes any sense. But to my understanding, she said that he went to the hospital to get a checkup because of a motorcycle accident. Now, I'm not saying Michael did, but I'm just translating what she said. So it's kind of like, here it gets kind of blurry, because that part of the story was never on any news, never on any media. But she said he went to the hospital to get a checkup because of a motorcycle accident. That's what I'm saying.
Understand, for those that don't speak Tagalog at all, it's similar to Spanish. Some of the words are all jumbled up because somebody put something out and spoke. I think it was Visayan. And the way they said it, they were talking about someone in the comments talking about us, but in the beginning it says these are bad guys. But it's the way things are ordered in order as far as the language. People don't understand the word.
Right. And it's not, a lot of people think that the dialects in the Philippines, or languages rather, are similar. They're not. Again, like I said, Kabalay and Bahay are two different things that don't even sound the same. And the problem, to make it worse again, kasiping and kasiping means completely different meanings, even though it literally is the same spelling and sounds the same thing, depending on who you're talking to. there's a difference between kasiping and kasiping, meaning come sit with me, and come F me. Again, depending on your location. And that's why sometimes when I talk to other Filipinos, they say, but that means this. And I'm like, in my head, like, no, that's not what it means. But you have to have that understanding that different places, even though it's the exact same word, could mean completely different. And that's also another thing to prove again that I'm actually born and raised Filipino, because I know that that's how it works. Most Filipinos who's never been to the Philippines won't know this, because again, I mean, how would you know? I mean, you wouldn't know unless you actually lived here and heard the same things, and big misunderstandings, fights, family arguments happen because of these simple misunderstandings, because of a simple word could mean literally the opposite. For those of you in America, again, for example, the most common word I always use an example, ahorita. Ahorita is a very common word in Spanish, but depending on which Hispanic nation you're from, ahorita, same spelling, same word, means complete opposite. Ahorita means now
Okay.
or later. Again, that's an example. Same thing in Philippines. Could be the same. What's that?
It's still an exclude. No, AJ said he'll be back. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Paman to kaayo siya kalakaw. Ano siya kani? Malaag daw siya. Uyog daw iya friend. Nga isa. So, ano ko, okay. Ano ko, enjoy. Ano ko, amping ka. Ano ko saya. Kaya, ano siya, bored na daw siya. Gusto niya malaag. Tapos nagabuntag ato. Nag-message pa ko sa nag-message. Wala na ko ka-message ato kay Kuan. Wala may kuryente dito sa mga kabukid man to. Wala nung kuryente. Isa kadlaw. Lagi ko i-update sa kuya.
She went over to, okay, her hometown is Sultan Kudarat, which is in Mindanao. Okay, Mindanao and Cebu are two completely different islands, not attached, and it's a good distance. And she's saying she went over to visit her family in Sultan Kudarat. She didn't mention the place, but that's what she said. She went visit her family, and she's so out there. She says they don't even have electricity where her family lives. Now I'm just translating here. But I'll give more as it goes on, because then you'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Pagkabaling ko rin sana na ako nabawaan na. Nagpila na siyang nato. Nagkuan ko dahil ato. Wala gid ko eh.
Okay, I think she says we don't even have running water. We have to go fetch our water.
Kuan. Nagbukid ko dahil kuan ticket sa ako ate.
Okay, she says they live in the fields. And the way that she says it, nagbubukid, which means when they say nagbubukid, which means it's farmland. So I guess these are, now she didn't mention what crops they are. It could be rice, it could be anything, but she says in our farmland.
Panibukan ko sa akong ate. Naglapag din ko sa Cebu. Biyahe pa kong 6 hours. Pato lang kong ginsan para sa airport.
Now she says, in order for me to get to Cebu, I have to travel 6 hours to the airport, not 6 hours from where she's from and then to Cebu. No, it's 6 hours from where she's at, Sultan Kudarat, to the airport in Mindanao, and then flew from there. So she's way out there, way out there.
Ayaw man ang mabalay sa airport. Sa ginsan, nagbayahe ko din. Abot ko sa Cebu. Abot ko Cebu dahil ko sa hospital. Na istorya ba na ako siya. Bisag dili na kayo siya kalingi. Hindi na siya kayo nilo. Sanaon niya po niyo. Bisag din na siya kalingi kayo. Ano niya po niya ulo kay dili pa ko pwede mo kasulod sa sa iyang room, anak.
Okay, so she says, when I arrived to Cebu and I went to the hospital, she says, I got there and he was there and he's about to enter the ER. And she says that when they were rolling him into the ER, I wasn't allowed in. That's what she says. I wasn't allowed into the ER. And they took him in.
Ang doktor di pa sa pwede sa sunitan-aw lang ko siya sa gawas din ilingi giniya iya ulo para makita lang ko niya sa gawas. Ayun, pagkahuman ato pagkaano nakasulod na ko dito. Nakasulod na ko dito lang ko gabantay sa gawas. Nakasulod na ko guys, istorya na ko siya. Nya sige lang siya dahil nagpungko ko din kay.
So she says that they tried to follow her into the ER, and even the wife wasn't allowed in. That's what she says. Just so you guys know, because apparently the wife was there when she arrived. I don't know who arrived first, but she was there. That's, wait a minute. So she flew right away.
He passed away on Sunday
So
because on Monday morning the hospital said he
so I
wasn't
guess the
there.
moment the wife
Because all
heard
the-
of it, she flew right away because she was there.
Right. It was Sunday. He passed away either Sunday. My guess at this point, because of her statement, he passed away Sunday.
Yeah. So
Ibantayan pa na ko siya. Then sige lang siya anak ko. Kurog-kurog iya kamon.
he was still alive, guys. I mean, he was still alive when his wife and Tisai, the girlfriend, arrived there. Now, when I say wife, be aware that she's allegedly the ex-wife. Okay, but she's using the word wife. That's why I say that. Okay, she says wife, so I translate it to wife. Whether she's actually still a current wife on paper or whether she's an ex-wife, again, be aware that she's just using the word wife. That's what she's saying.
And yes, we're very disturbed. We listened to this several times this morning. And what bothers me is this man's name is tarnished along with the girlfriend. And I love being in this country, but just like any country, there are good and bad people. And right now, I would say 99% have turned against him when this first came out. They were like, way to go, Range, for sticking up with the women. Way to go. You were defending yourself. And he shouldn't have been in this club. And then all of this stuff came out. And he's a father of two. And he has served our country. And the guy, people at the MMA said how nice he was. He was always polite, and we knew this story would come out eventually. And it's just very sad. And here's the thing: her life has been turned upside down because I'm sure there were future plans. They've been living together for a year and a half. Who knows if she was working or not? I told George right now, as I'm to understand, she's also now, of course, she's now scrambling for work and everything else. I think, and I'm not sure. This I'm not going to say is real or not, but I think she has a kid too. Okay, because there was a kid crawling around, but that could have been the guys too. There were several kids in the house at the time.
And be aware again, for those of you again, first off, nobody from our group or our members have been attacking Tisai. Okay, that's her name, Tisai. Now, be aware she's not the typical Filipino, meaning, or rather, most of you have been aware, like she doesn't have a very big social footprint other than her Facebook, which is her family events. She doesn't have a very big TikTok. She doesn't have a very big Instagram, which means she's not there looking for attention. I'm just telling you, like,
yeah, I think she just
for-
wanted to put
right,
her-
for people who's trying to figure out where she stands as far as media. Oh, look at me. She's not that type. She barely has any posts. When it comes, especially women, I believe her Instagram, I don't even know. I think she has less than 20 posts, put it that way. And for Instagram, any female in the audience is like, oh, really? That's nothing. Exactly. She's not a media whore, as it were. Again, I'm not calling her a whore, but she's not a media whore. She's not asking for attention. So this is, odds are this video is 100%, because again, she doesn't barely post anything.
Sisingon nga, okay ra ba ko? Nasa sa kong igapungko ko siya gatan sa iya. Nabantayan ako siya.
She says you stay there in the hospital to watch over him.
Gawas na po ko kaya may oras na dito lang magbantay siya may oras din gawas ko wala ko tulugan dito lang ko natulog sa bangko.
She said she stayed in the hospital for hours trying to watch over him, and she slept on the benches in the hospital.
Ako natulog isang kagabi di na ko siyang check. Di na ko siyang tanaw-tanawon pero di ko pwede makasulod sa iyang kuhan sa room na gibon yan sa iya ha. Kaya magkita naman ako sa gawas, di na ko siyang check.
Okay, now this is somewhat interesting because I didn't catch it earlier, but she says, I was sleeping on the bench for hours and I checked on him several times, but he was still in the ER. So that means they worked on him for a long time.
So my guess is he passed on Sunday. And what bothers us the most is that you just never know when somebody could be gone.
No, again, don't take for granted tomorrow. That's an old saying. It's always true. Always live today like it's the last day. Fact.
It's, I see where someone talked about, I think it's Joseph. If people want to help her, you have to reach out to her. Just message us and we'll give you her Facebook. Here's the thing. She's not taking
She's
any
not taking
comments.
donations or anything like that.
That's not her intention.
That's
but we
also
can't
another proof that
collect.
she's not that type of person. Now, have there been others, like Heidi says, been collecting on Michael's behalf? Yes. However,
we know the ex-wife gathered money or the friends and family did to get her here, but it's something, it's a good chance that Miss Fuentes might hear this, then she can reach out to Philippine Antics and we can put people in contact, but no means can we actually collect for
no, we
her.
can't.
We don't have
We
the
can't collect.
licensing.
We can't collect for her.
We can collect for
but
cat food.
we can
and
collect
keep
for
our
us
lights on,
and
but
whoever we
can't.
touch, meaning some neighbors or some kids, whatever, or
And honestly, if she'll reach out to us, we will stand the same as we did on John. We will send her the funds for these videos, which give or take are about 10-15 US per video. So we don't mind sending her those funds. But again, she personally has to reach out. We're not going to send it to a friend of a friend of a friend.
well, yeah, because first off, she's not even taking anything right now.
Because these live streams bring in about $10-15. So,
and even like I said, even if you want to donate to her, she's not taking anything right now.
Which will still help her, by the way.
Right.
Yun, kaugmaan to. Nagbantay na po ko sa ihalain. Paminaw na ko, ngalain. Ang cute kayo, iya paminaw ato. Pero kailan niya po siya, anak sa ako. Anak ko siya pa, kuan pa yun, ano mo, paulian ka, kay gaulat ang mga pamilya sa imo, din mga anak ni mo. Ako sa gaulat ko sa imo, anak ko sa iyahang. Gaano-ano ayun siya, kay di siya kasturya. Di na siya kasturya, kaya naga naman tubo doon sa iya, butang para makaginawa siya. Then pagkapon na to, nakuha na siya.
She says, come afternoon turns, then he's gone.
So that was probably Sunday. If he was in the ER and afternoon turns, my guess, like I said, Monday, they did not have a person that was living in the hospital.
Yeah, and again, be aware that
we asked for a patient.
A lot of stuff I don't translate is stuff that she says over and over. And again, I'm not gonna retranslate things that she's already said before, if that makes any sense. But I mean, I understand she's very distraught, of course. I mean, everybody will be.
Wala na siya ato.
She says he's no longer here.
Grabe ka sakit. Amalo ko nga. Buutan yun ako ya. Buutan gid siya nga pagkatao.
She says that he's no longer with us. He's a good man.
Kailangan nga mapriso gid na si Range.
This is the rare instance where a Filipino will use an English word. Obviously, she says Rain should go to prison.
Mapriso gid siya. Dili gid pwede nga makagawa siya. Mapriso gid siya bang buhay yun. Grabe ka sakit ang iya gihatag sa amo.
She says Rain should go to prison for life. The thing he has done is really hurtful.
Put this comment up here for people to respond. I don't even know why he would say that. It's a weird statement considering.
Dusty Bryan says, wow, after one video, people are labeling this young lady as a saint. With all due respect, her AFAM placed her in this position. No, I wouldn't go that far.
I would disagree. I would disagree 100%.
And also be aware that, here's the thing. Some of you may not be aware. Range 999 has a bigger following than Michael and Tisai. Just saying. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, obviously, Range 999 has his followers because of his music. Again, he's not a bad musician at all. Not at all. He's not a bad rapper. Okay. But
okay, well, labeling her as a saint, I mean, who's to say she isn't? She's just telling her side of the story.
Yeah, she's saying her side, but again,
then him to say the guy basically saying the foreigner placed her in this position. Why? Because he went out and had a drink like a bunch of guys do when they get here? Because he stayed out and partied because he's young? That didn't mean that he deserved to be attacked the way that he did. And
well,
it definitely has nothing to do with her.
Nobody
forget about the way she's dressed or the way these guys have been burned in the Philippines trying to label every Filipina as bad. It's the same in the US as women and men or people all over the world. We've been discussing this, that everybody's an individual.
Well,
everybody cannot be labeled the same.
And she never asked for this. Michael didn't ask for this, nor did she. So, I mean, it's possible some people have labeled her that. I'm not quite sure. I personally never heard of it. But be aware that she did not.
Unless he knows her personally to say that she's
Well, I'm just saying she didn't ask for this. And he didn't ask for this. And again, her TikTok and her Instagram definitely does not show this type of personality where they want me attention. No. She's very average when it comes to social media. She has a social media presence.
Everybody does.
Right. But what I'm saying is I'm barely on social media, but I have a bigger social media presence than she does. Again, she has less than 20 videos on her Instagram or pictures. Point being is she's not that kind of girl. Yeah.
Kung mao lang man tong dikil nganong patyon man ganiya ang tawo, ilaging giplanuhan gisip nagtindog siya gistorya sa atong isa ka tawo. Kay agbayan siya. Dayon ang isa nagsipa kay naabot na tong sakyanan si Range, nagabot na nagdala og sakyanan bago siya.
Now she's reiterating the video. She says that they kicked him, that he eventually, when after they kicked him, he hit the car. That's what she's talking about. She's talking about the video incident.
Pasa ni sipa. So ila nagyung giplanuhan nga mao na dito ila buhaton sa gawas sa bar ana. Ila nagyung giplanuhan. So katong nagsipa unta sa bibikasuhan sa unta tong kailangan pa na mistyahon.
Oh, wait. I didn't miss that one when I first watched it. To my understanding, she says there's a case against the guy. She's saying herself. There's a case, or she plans to put a case on the guy who kicked
I
him.
think there's already a case.
Right.
I already heard that on the side.
Yeah, I'm just translating again what she said. I think her exact words are, I plan on putting a case against the guy who kicked him. I think that's what she says.
Yes, and go within said, keep it real, people. A man was murdered and she's in pain. Stop judging her. Yes, it doesn't matter if she worked at a coffee shop, a bar girl, stood on a corner, makeup shop, nail technician. It doesn't damn matter what this girl does, because you guys don't know what position you would be in or what job you would be taking. And because a person dresses a certain way or looks a certain way, they don't deserve anything different.
I've never met this girl. Okay.
We are all God's children at the end of the day.
I don't think she's a bar girl, because again,
We're all Scientology
her
people.
social media presence is next to nil. For the most part, most bar girls and that, they have a high social media presence, because remember, this is their portfolio. This is what they present their clients.
Yeah, because it's been
right. So, and again,
it's been 12 or 13 days.
From what I've seen on her social media, she only one somewhat skimpily clad outfit, and
it's normal on social
and it's not even
media.
bad. It's like I've seen YouTubers who wear worse.
Right.
Filipino YouTubers.
Yeah, if you guys ask me, which I believe it or not, George knows I'm a semi-prude, I'd have been like, yeah, that's just, there's just some that are too much. I mean, but that doesn't appear to be her. But
No,
that
she's
has nothing to do with it.
Wrong personality profile. I don't think she's a bar girl. I don't think she's asking for money.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if she is.
Well, what I'm saying is,
those girls got to eat too. And
well, no. I know that. But what I'm saying is, I've never met her, but judging from the personality traits, I don't think she is.
Yahanan sa mama niya katong mga babae nga ingon nga gibastos daw sila. Nga asa naman mo karon? Pwede man mo mong istorya, gawas mo. Istorya mo kung gitinuod giday mo nga gibastos. Ikabalo ko nga dili na mabuhat sa akong uyag. Bisan gani mga kuan, bisan gani mga tigulang nga Amerikano, basta mga babae nga diri sa Pilipinas, ilagi dulduol gina sila, dikit-dikit gina sila. Unsa na lang kaha nga gwapo ako ang uyab, gwapo niya kuan.
Okay, so this is the part where she denounces what Range 99 says. She says they flock to Michael because, one, he's American. Her words, not mine.
And we confirm this.
And he's handsome. In her words, he's handsome. In her words, she says they stick to him. Well, not exact words, but basically she says they stick to Michael like flies, the Filipinas do, because they want him.
And I want to let you know that we said when we did that video, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me, 5 days ago, we actually said that there have been people that were in the bar that seen these girls do that. And several people said that those girls were handsy all over him, wouldn't leave him alone, along with the staff that was there because he's an American, and because he looked good, and it actually shows.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know why it showed up though.
That's new, yeah.
But Just Fact says
that reconfirmed what we were saying. A lot of what she's saying we knew in advance.
Yeah, and Just Fact
because
says
somebody's been talking to us.
Right. Why is that still on?
That'll go away.
Okay. So she's saying, where are the women who said they were touched? That's what she said at the start of this. Right after I paused it.
They have not come forward.
No.
As a matter of fact,
because they don't exist.
The girls said other people, it just, and they probably wouldn't, but the fact is that they haven't come forward. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter.
Attractive pa. Babae gyud magduol-duol ana sila kay ilang tuo nga naay kwarta na kuan unsa ni apam ana. Siyempre, pagkuan gid na sila. Duol-duol dikit-dikit. Then ako ding uyab ang masala ana. Titripingan dayon sa isa ka grupo nila kanang nagpusil sa akong uyab nga si Range. Maulang to ako masul.
She says the girls that stuck to him are part of Range's crew.
Nga dili na siya kagawas Range. Matagaan yung justice ako yun.
Okay, so basically she's saying we need justice and we need
Says countryside.
Well, it's more countryside than forest. Yeah, sorry.
Oh. So she reconfirmed a lot of what we were saying. To reiterate for people that have just joined the room, Michael's mother came. He's been cremated. The actual wife, which was Michael's previous wife, he's had 2 kids. First kid was with the wife, the daughter that was living with them. Okay. He has a son with his last wife, married twice that we know of. He might have been married before that. But the child that cannot be in the custody of the first Thai wife will go back to America with his mother. As I'm to understand, her name is possibly Skylar. Of course, we won't give a last name. It may not even be, might be her mother's real last name, because sometimes the children hold their mother's name. But she will go back to the U.S. He's been cremated. This is Miss Fuentes, which was his girlfriend of 1.5 years. She's reiterated and said everything except for she mentioned possibly the time of death, which would have been Sunday, like we figured Sunday or Monday, but it appears she's more pinpointing it at Sunday. And that he will not be released. We said there might be a small chance, but we said they shouldn't let him go. And we've been checking. There is a court system and a way to actually check for filings. I'm sure it is, but I bet you we don't see that for 2 months on file.
Well, yeah, that's a good
It's
point.
a
Because,
delay.
like she said, according to the cops, according to what she says,
It's
her
his
words,
girlfriend of a year
her
and a
words,
half.
not ours. According to her words, the police said he will stay at least up until the court hearing. Now, that's not saying he'll be released after the court hearing. They're just saying he's definitely going to stay in jail up until the court hearing. Then after that, then that's up to, depending on the court system.
Hector, a little
But
further
the
up
courts, again, here are somewhat slow. And speaking of bukid in general, okay, in the Philippines, in general. Now it may mean different in different parts of the Philippines. Again, there's no one universal language. But in Tagalog, bukid means fields or countryside. Now, speaking of Hector, Gubat means forest, which technically Hector Gubat's name means Hector Forest. And I'm pretty sure Hector will agree to that. But anyway,
We will
just so you
pin the
guys know.
StreamYard to the top to talk about range 999 and the topics. Unfortunately, today we would like you guys to stick to this topic. So we have pinned the live stream
All right.
for those that want to come in and voice in regards to this.
Now, according to your question, now be aware that, again, I'm not 100% in my Cebuano, but I can pick up. Lots of work for the investigators. Why did he drive there? Again, it's either he's there for the consulate, or she says, again, remember, she didn't.
No, I think he wants to know why. Is he talking about range driving it?
Oh, then, yeah, see, that's another thing. That's a good point. Why did he drive there? Well, Range drove there because his boys called him over.
In, allegedly. The girls that have been talking to us that were there that night and other people.
Oh,
said,
right. No, he's talking about Range, because the next question is, was in communication with the people in the club?
Allegedly, there was something that popped off inside, according to 2 newspapers. So these came out after we talked about it, because we've been talking to people in the club. So allegedly, he was called in after the fact, hence him coming in at the 6 or 6:30 a.m. again. This has been a few days since we've had this
Right
up, and so
Now-
allegedly that's what happened.
Right.
Could he have been there sometime during the entire night? It's a possibility, but nobody. I mean, we don't live in Cebu, and these girls aren't going to give a total accounting nor show their face on our live stream for good reasons. So
Right. Are the others involved besides Range and the guy that kicked him? Okay, as far as the cases are involved, according to her and to our knowledge, it's only those 2 guys, Range and the guy who kicked him. Because remember, you're not automatically guilty because you're there. I mean, I get it.
And Range has had that same behavior. We also have footage of
There is
showing
background.
him in cop cars.
Yeah, there's a
and
background
he's
to him.
had,
Yes.
like, he was like kicking and throwing himself around as they put him in the car. So it's not his first run in, with the law and everything. So nobody's perfect I'm sure on both sides.
Now, I disagree with you, Snowman, because that's a very weird statement, and I mean that in with all due respect, and science. I mean, honestly,
No, they do. Yeah.
No, I mean,
Yeah. No, I'm saying foreigners, not just Americans, are
taking all the Filipinos because
No,
90%
it's a
of the
small
girls don't want
percentage.
wrong, incorrect. Again,
As a matter of fact, the Americans and
I
Europeans are last
personally
these days.
never met a Filipino that wants a foreigner.
It
And
seems
I
like
know
it's a lot.
a lot of Filipinos, but be aware that the Filipinos you're exposed to are the ones that were foreigners, which is not
It's
not a
who you
big
expose
population.
you expose yourself to, and just watching interviews and talking to
A
other
lot of
Filipinos
Filipinos don't
they will
want
marry
foreigners.
A Filipino. So
They will not. In fact,
you're just seeing it all on YouTube.
Why do you think? Here's the real argument. Again, this is facts in argument to your statement. Why do you think? Let's give an obvious example.
Actually, more of them will go with
Well,
other Asians, like
That's what I
Koreans
said.
or
For example,
Japanese
Rafi
even over-
Tufo, for example. Why do you think most of the ones they're cheating with are Filipinos when they have an American partner? It's not because they really want the American. It's because they want the American's money.
And George, you're right. Court hearings can take years.
No. Yeah, court hearings. Yes, yes.
He's not going to see
Right.
the light of day.
And
at this
even
point.
then, like I said, according to the cops, they're just being politically correct. Is he'll stay in jail up until the court hearing. That's what they told her. Now, again, doesn't mean he'll be released after the court hearing. They're just being politically correct because honestly, the cops don't know either. I mean, the cops are not judges. A judge can overturn or overrule anything here in the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? No, and like I said, Snowman, I respectfully disagree with you. I personally don't know any Filipinos that want a foreigner, for the most part. The ones that do are the wrong ones that I've personally met. What I'm saying, I'm like, oh, like even I wouldn't be one with that Filipino, put it that way. You know what I'm saying? Not because they want to be with a foreigner, because they're the wrong kind, if that makes any sense. Smile and be happy that the guy who kicked the UFC fighter get arrested. The guy who got kicked should have been charged for the kick. No, he was. He was. Now, whether he was arrested or detained, that's a different story. He could, at this point, honestly, for that incident, it's probably just a lawsuit, but not necessarily imprisonment, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, you can start going through the comments. Probably.
Yeah, 2 Paws again doesn't agree with you, Snowman, as far as the Filipinos go. Same thing with Dusty Bryan. I think just kind of ridiculous to try to paint Filipino men as incel who set up dashing great white American taking all the Filipinas. Thank God one single Filipino judge will judge this. Again, travel trends. This is what this is. I'm just telling you. This is directed to Snowman. Foreigners are getting the leftovers. Again, for the most part, by default, not what most people think. By default, Filipinos don't want foreigners.
Well, that would probably be the same they said about you, that you're getting the leftovers of America.
Now, for example, well, no, trust me again. There's a difference between girlfriend material and wife material.
I can make biscuits and gravy.
Well, Heidi has a lot of
the chrome off of a bumper, guys.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with that, but that's not the reason why. Put it this way: I didn't pick Heidi because I have to. Do I have to babysit Heidi? No. Do I have to take care of Heidi? Not really. No. I mean, other than age and whatever, of course, that's normal. Do I have to? I don't have to watch over Heidi. I don't have to be responsible for. Well, I am, but not really. You guys know what I'm saying. It's like no different than most of you guys and your wives who have wives in the channel or husbands. Do you have to babysit them? Do you have no? Because could I have a younger girlfriend? Yes. Do I want one? No. Are they fun? Yes, for dating, but nothing more. Not forever. Not to live with me. You know what I'm saying? Again, like I said, girlfriend material and wife material are two different things. And foreigners are getting the leftovers. Again, will Filipinas for the most part date Americans or foreigners? They will, but for the most part, it's for fun, just to see. Actually, I heard that a lot, just to see. I want to see if they're different. No, really, that's the response I get because I'm curious. I want to see if they're different, but not because, ooh, I must have a foreign. No, they don't believe that at all. They'd rather have a Filipino, but they're open to dating Americans or foreigners or Westerners because they haven't had one yet. But for the most part, even honestly, the ones that say that, odds are they won't date a foreigner. It's kind of one of those. I know you're open to it, but odds are you won't. You know. Foreigners are taking the poor and single mothers. Okay, to build on that statement, Black Grandpa. Um, there are again YouTubers. Again, they're not lying to you. Because this is what they believe. They say, "Oh, go to these places, go to this island, go to this province, and you can get a Filipina that way." Now they're not lying to you. They're not trying to mislead you. They're just telling you because that's what they did or what they're doing. Which means again, they're not lying to you. They're just telling you what worked for them. However, is that good advice? Well, that's when it becomes shady. Because sometimes I'm not saying all bad women or men come from these areas, so you can't say it's bad advice either. You know what I'm saying? But can these people be manipulated easier? Odds are yes, not because they're dumb or stupid. That's not what I'm saying. There's a difference between naive. Now, for instance, when I arrived to America, I got manipulated a lot. Not because I'm dumb. Obviously, you guys can hear me talk, you can hear me analyze things. I'm not dumb. It's not that because I'm naive. I'll believe anything I hear because in our culture, for the most part, I say most part, it's a giving, caring, open, trusting culture. We'll trust anybody, we'll give anything to anybody at any point in time. That's our culture. So when I arrived to America, I thought that that's what all Americans are, but instead I got used and abused, manipulated, and whatever. But
Yeah, usually happens.
right now, again, that's why foreigners are taking the poor and single mothers because again, you have YouTubers that tell you to go to these places where you can go and manipulate naive girls. I'm not saying they're dumb. That has nothing to do with it. They're just naive.
I'm
They
trying to
just,
get a hold of
you know what I'm
Nico
saying?
David. He's another Filipino that's been covering this. It's got a slightly, of course, larger channel, but he doesn't have a direct real contact.
Yeah. Travel Trend says mostly single moms want foreigners. To pause your statement is kind of odd. I mean, I don't know which side you're going on, so I'm not going to read it because it's missing the sentence isn't complete. Um,
We have put the link, it's pinned to the top for people to join. I mean, in regards to this, if you guys would rather talk about the new baby and the disgruntled father that now the footage has been released on him, we don't mind that also, as long as it's
yeah, Hector Guba says, so what I'm getting at with other people's involvement is that investigators can play them off each other or threaten prosecution if they don't cooperate. Not sure if they're savvy enough. It's not a question of savvy enough. It's being a witness doesn't necessarily mean you're involved. Like I said, there's a difference between the guy who kicked versus just being there. Because honestly, I don't think they know. Most of these guys knew what's going to happen, and odds are the only one who would know is the one who contacted him. So you have three people who are technically involved. One is Range 999, two, the guy doing the kicking, and three, the one who messaged Range 999. Now, it's very possible the one that kicked is also the one that messaged Range 999. I'm just saying. But basically, the others, odds are they're really not involved. Because again, if me and my friends were out drinking and two of them committed a crime, that doesn't make me automatically guilty, and vice versa. What I'm saying, if you were the same guy you were just hanging out with your friends and you didn't know what was going to happen, that doesn't make you guilty. You know what I'm saying? Guilty by association is always wrong. I'm just saying. By I get it. Default, a lot of people think that, but not really. Yes, the wrong ones. Yes. Okay, now, Snowman, you have to say this to yourself. And a lot of expats who land here will disagree with you. Foreigners are getting all the really beautiful Filipinos. First off, we disagree. Heidi's a girl. Heidi, do you really think most of these girls with foreigners are pretty?
I think the Filipinos hold the prettier ones.
The prettier ones are not the
There's- I
ones
think
with the
there's
foreigners.
beauty in
There
everybody.
are some foreigners that are with beautiful people. I'm not gonna name them because I don't want to out the other ones that are not.
And then he says you
But-
can lie to me.
But for the
okay,
most
but
part,
don't
I would
lie to
say
yourself.
2 out of 10, the ones that have Filipino partners here, 2 out of 10 out of
But
YouTubers
eye is in the,
have
is in the
beautiful
beholder. I mean,
women.
Snowman, can you give an example?
Yeah, don't lie to yourself. I'm not lying to myself. I'm Filipino. I talk to Filipinos.
I think I'm going to be honest. You guys are just thirsty.
Yeah, I talk to Filipinos, and a
You
lot of
guys
them
are thirsty and running from
Yeah.
the West to come over here expecting something better, and most of you
In
guys
fact-
will fall on your tail.
In fact, put it this way. I get approached.
there are good
yeah.
women here, yes.
I get approached. They know I'm married, so I'm off the table.
And beauty shouldn't be the first thing you guys are looking for.
Well, here's the thing. I get approached, and again, they're not talking to me. They're saying, "George, can you find me a boyfriend?" And guess what? The first thing I ask, I said, "Do you want an American?"
Mhm.
They stop. They're like, they go like this. And then they stop, and then they pause, and they're like, think about it. What does that
It's
tell
not
you?
easy to live with.
Again, you guys
Western
don't
foreigner.
I mean you, Snowman in particular, or you guys as in your type of mentality disagree. Well, let me finish.
Mhm.
Disagree on what I'm saying,
I wouldn't.
but reality is, again, most girls do not want to have a foreigner. For example, true example.
An example. A lot of y'all are on dating sites. There's a crap load of you guys on a bunch of dating sites, ones that have contacted us and ones we've talked to. So then how come if the women, they're all on dating sites at
Well,
this point?
Here's an example too. A perfect example. My experience in the West, in the US. Every single girl that I've dated, every single girl that I've had long relationships with, married, whatever you're calling, Heidi included, they say, I never imagined to be with a Filipino. What
Yeah,
does
I
that
said
tell
this-
you?
I said the
That
same.
tells you by default, the most normal female reaction is to date their own kind, not because they're prejudiced or anything like that. It's because by
Oh,
default.
snap. Mike put you on the spot.
Ooh, which might.
MYK. He said, hey, George, what do you think of Baby May? Be honest. Oh, damn, you cannot tell a lie.
Okay, so what I'm saying is,
What he said?
well, Baby May is beautiful, yes, but not my type.
Oh, snap.
Okay,
Mike, not his type. What does that mean, Mike?
but again, just an example. By default, there's not one single American that I've dated that says, "Oh, I've always wanted to date an Asian." They all say, not one has been exempt.
When
They
I
say,
found out he was Filipino, I almost left him.
they say, all of them, not even forget the Filipino part. They say, "I never imagined I'd date an Asian, but you're different."
That's what I said. I thought actually
Correct.
when I seen him in the 7-Eleven, because we happened to be both gassing up before we was heading on 275, and I was like, I thought he was Japanese. And then later he's like, I'm Filipino.
And Snowman, again, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm saying by default, every nation in the world, by default, all the women will tend to date their own kind, not because they're prejudiced, it's because it's what they grew up with.
Hold up. I want to know why, and I'm going to address this and then we're done with this. Snowman in this one's doing a lot of talking. That's what your topic is about. The foreigner went to the bar and got all the Filipinas right. Where did we say that? Why don't you cam up? Because that's the last time that we're actually going to address you on this. We didn't say that's what the topic is. This is Spill the Tea Tuesday.
Okay,
We've been talking
well,
about the update on range, Mr. Richie's girlfriend, and
now
Mark
here's the
Thornton,
thing.
and Holy Week. So
To
it's
to
weird.
well, the argument is actually valid,
Yeah,
and
he
it
says it's
and
dumb.
invalidated at the same time. Okay, to prove a point, because you're actually the one proving this point, and go within. Stop. You're making full. No, I'm not, because everybody with a logical mind will like that makes sense. Because again, I speak of logic. I don't. For the most part, I don't speak with my heart. I do have a heart, and I do speak with my heart, but for the most
Same would
part,
go within.
I'm a logical type.
Why is that?
But here's the thing. The foreigner went to the bar and got all the Filipinos, right? And guess what? Those Filipinos got him ex-nayed because they're the wrong Filipinas, because the wrong Filipinas hang with the wrong crowd, meaning they hung out with a guy who has violent tantrums and ex-nayed somebody because he got jealous. Point
They said the
proven.
whole thing was
You
jealousy.
proved your own point.
And go within. Please answer why you say
Right.
stop, George. You're
So,
making a fool
no,
of
no, no. I already
yourself.
addressed that. Again, I'm
Well, I'm
not,
just
because I'm
wondering
speaking
why.
logic. Again, and Snowman, building on your own statement by yourself. According to your argument, he got the all girls, right? Yes, the wrong ones. And that what got him ex-nayed. You can argue with me all you want, but guess what? Because the wrong girls attract the wrong guys. There is a logic and science to that. Now, if these were decent girls, none of this would have happened. These are the wrong girls, and that's why I keep telling
And
you
the
guys.
girls that were there
Right.
said that they looked like, basically their description was they were ladies of the night hanging out in the club, and they
And
flocked to
right,
him like
and decide,
flies
yeah,
on a birthday cake.
and Tisai
It was
did
probably
just.
Sulti na
that.
ko
Oh, sorry,
about
I
sa
didn't
mga
mean it to play. And Tisai did say that they were jealous.
And they said
The guys were
one or two
jealous.
newspapers overseas said that it was jealousy. We said it was a
Yes.
jealousy thing. And the messages we got on Messenger, which clearly she just verified everything. All the stories match now. We've had about the
No,
most
they all match.
matched
Everything we
story.
say match. Even what you're saying, it
Mhm.
matches. Because again, you said and remember what I told you guys over and over. When girls flock at you, run. Wrong girls.
Mhm.
Fact. That's what exactly happened to Michael, because they flocked him like flies. These
And
are the
here's the
wrong
thing. I'm going to
girls.
repeat this about those that complain about MYK coming on our show all the time. That's because none of you guys got the guts to come on here and say anything. We're not ones that shoot people down. You come on here cussing and can't say nothing intelligent, then of course, in that matter, that's when we actually take you off. But then you guys complain about the guests that do show up, but at least they're showing
All right,
up and have
Andrew.
facts.
Andrew. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess we have to go to behavioral science. Now,
Oh, yeah.
again,
You know
again,
that's
I always
not
say
what-
this in most life. Not everybody I talk to, not even my wife, my best friend, or you guys.
Yeah, it's
You
not
pick
that-
your best friend. Not once, even your partner, wife, husband, whatever. You don't agree with them 100%. It's behavioral science. It's fact. Now, the reason why I brought that up, the kicker causes death by escalating situation. Incorrect. Incorrect. Whether that kicker kicked him or not,
Range was
it
on his
would
way.
have nothing to do with Range's reaction. If Range wanted to ex-nay the
He
guy,
was on his way and pulling up.
the thing is, a lot of people don't realize when somebody does something violent, this is not a random thought. This is already played out in their mind.
And by the way, his rap music does play a part. Somebody tried to argue with us the last time that what does him singing rap music have anything to do with his behavior? Because all the things he talks about, including his behavior in the videos, he actually like lives out playing his little game and the way he dresses around
Right. To
town,
clarify
and
what Heidi's
he
saying,
was trying to live that life.
it's not because he sings rap that he did this. It's the kind of verbiage, the words he uses.
Well, and the things, the actions
That's
he
what I'm
shows
saying.
on camera.
Now, what I'm saying is, for
and a lot
example,
of Filipinos are saying he lived out what he actually was trying to be about.
right, here's an example again, concrete example in the US. Will Smith, his rap is non-violent, okay? What I'm saying is that's different from other gangster rappers. It's not because he's rapping, it's what he raps about. You know what I'm saying? We're not judging Range 999 because of he's a rapper. No. We're judging him because of the verbiage he uses in his songs. That's the difference. Oh no.
We can. I just want to let you know that Mike.
No,
and
Andrew,
Gogo,
again,
I would just
yeah, I
let's
just
bring on the
stop
guest
again. You
and
nobody controls anybody else. That you're saying basically if the guy didn't kick him, he's no. I disagree because again,
Range was already on his way.
those are two different people, and what
Range
one
was on
person
his
does not make the other guy do it. In fact,
We
if
believe he was led outside in total friendship, as we're to understand, and the kick came as the car was coming down that
Right.
long road. So they already knew that he was on the way, and I think they were trying to kick him towards the car. The backing up wasn't because people
No.
keep saying the car backed up because Range was trying to go around him. No, guys, he was
yeah,
there.
study
for the
psychology,
action.
study human behavior. Again, the answer is no. And again, to prove a point, if somebody points a weapon at you and forces you to kill a baby or ex-nay a baby, sorry, odds are most people would rather ex-nay than do that.
Well,
Because you can't force violence on
Someone
the other
said
person.
gangster rap versus clean rap. Are you guys even surprised about P. Diddy? I told George it was kind of like the P. Diddy thing that's in the news right now.
Right.
Everybody's acting surprised that he's got a pass and been arrested and beat the crap out of his record producers.
That's part of the
and the dealing and the things that are going on. It's like, gee, dudes, it's been right there in front of y'all the whole time. Everything that these singers and everything do, they've got like all these records. And I remember them on MTV. There's all kinds of articles and all these magazines, and the little things are there. Some things you can't ignore, just like all the stuff that's going on about this. It was all actually there in black and white. It's all the misinformation and all the blow up. I mean, there must have been 100 YouTube channels that were Filipino that covered this. And most of them were saying that the American was the problem and that he did do it. And then things started changing around and stuff. Let's bring on Mike and Gogo.
Oh, damn. Even Travel Trend says, damn, who was that? I thought Americans don't get the no, for the most part, most Filipinos will tell you, yeah, I wouldn't have dated that girl anyway. No offense to, again.
Hey, what's going on, Mike and Gogo?
But this is
What's
part
up?
of the
Happy everyone.
Hello. Decent, respectable
Gogo.
women are not out of the bars with men who are not their family. Correct.
Well, decent, respectable women are not at the bars. Well, they said the same about Michael. You know, what was he doing out that late? That was his fault. And he has to take some part of the blame for being out so late and all that. But don't we all do it at one point or another at that age?
Well,
I mean, I was hanging out in Clearwater when there was
he's
all
not.
kinds
Can I comment on that, Heidi?
Yeah.
About, because I've heard a lot of people on a lot of different channels making that claim he was out late, shouldn't be drinking with Philippines.
Right.
As I understand, he was in the waterfront hotel, yes?
Yes.
That is the most safest, credible place for foreigners to go. So he
Most
was
definitely.
doing nothing wrong by hanging out there at night time, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, that's where the embassy is and everything. And yeah, it's a classy, respectable place, as I'm to understand. Most definitely. So, I mean, I myself, doesn't matter where it would be in the Philippines, I probably wouldn't be out that late. But being he was probably staying at the hotel, which I cannot confirm, then I guess he just would have just left at that point or whatever was actually happening. But No, I mean, no, he can't be blamed for that part of it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Mike?
Nothing much. I just got a bone in my mouth.
You do. Happy Easter.
Is it a fishbone? It
Yeah,
better be a fishbone.
I'm in sinigang right now, and I just forgot to pick the damn bone out.
Sinigang?
I coughed.
Hey, Mike. What do you
What's up?
think of Baby May?
Ugly as hell.
Oh,
Oh,
damn. Okay. Now, I never said she's ugly. She's just not my type. There is ugly, in my opinion. Baby May's not ugly.
How's that
No.
song go?
And I'm not being
That's
and I'm
my
not being
type.
political
That's
either.
my
She's
type,
just not my
type.
type. But
Yeah.
sometimes even behind the
You
camera,
can say it. George is so
even
politically
behind the camera,
correct.
I even tell Heidi, man, that's an ugly girl.
George likes
You know what I'm
fluffy
saying?
German women.
Right. No, really.
She don't
Actually,
even qualify for Filipinos as a heapon.
Oh,
that-
snap.
Actually, just so you know, that's actually a real thing.
That's real
I
true.
am into German women, but anyway.
White
She doesn't
German
qualify
women
as a
at that.
Filipino.
In fact, I have a daughter to prove it. But anyway,
Back to the topic of the show for just a second.
okay. go ahead.
I think people are starting to see the truth of what actually happened. So I'm not as worried as I first was anymore, to be honest.
And a lot of what she said was what them girls that we released for however long back that was, less than a week ago, reconfirmed that he, when he passed away, that, a lot of things are actually coming out. And I'm kind of glad that it actually is. I'm glad his mother came and got his ashes. We'll be taking back the daughter with him. The only thing that semi-surprised me is he was still physically married to the mother of his son, or at least she said so in a GoFundMe. So there was somebody collecting on her behalf to come here. The girlfriend and that wife actually did meet up, but the girlfriend's been living with him for a year and a half. So maybe it was a legal separation, but the daughter he had custody, belonged to the first mother that he was divorced from for sure. And the grandmother or Mike's mother will be taking her back to the U.S. So,
and hopefully whenever there is a trial, they will all attend as well. Because one of my initial worries was that because of his Thailand background, that his actual family from the States weren't going to get involved, but they are involved now. So that's another relief. Everyone can see he's a good boy.
But,
yeah.
Yeah, we knew that. We had some contact. But yeah.
Now, Dusty Bryant, again, I'm not arguing with you. But you have a point, and again, I'm just trying to establish this because it's somewhat like a gray area for a lot of people. Dusty Bryant says none of you are God. You can't decipher his motivations and heart's intent by his music. Music is an art form, not real life. I agree with you. However,
most of it is written about their lives.
That's what I'm saying. However, there is
comedy.
Whenever there's a case, they do tend to go back to if you're an artist.
That doesn't make us a god.
They check your art. They check because your art, whether it's music or visual art, is a part of the reflection of your psyche. I'm not saying that's what you will carry it out. Two different things.
Music.
Two different things. Carrying it out and what you think are two different things. You know what I'm saying?
They just don't like random.
We're talking about the Puffy thing right now?
Well, Puffy or even Range's
anybody. Again, it's not necessarily true if you put out whether visually or on music, it is a reflection of your psyche, yes. However,
unless like some Taylor Swift or Beyonce music that's written by these other ghostwriters.
Well, what I'm saying is there's still a control switch that you still have control over. And what I'm saying is whether you act upon it, different story.
People are offended in the chat by the Baby May comments. Well, I'll just say this. I mean, they're the one putting her on video in a bikini and making thumbnails to get more clicks. That's all I'll say about that.
But just to add, Baby May's sister is uglier than her.
Is that hey Mike? Is that the other one that appears on Facebook or with her? That's got like the
the saber-tooth tiger girl.
Oh my God, Mike! I can't believe you said that.
I
know. I know there's one that looks
Mike.
That. It looks like that Baby May was, and I'm trying not to be like all Andy Omar here, but that actually should have went to the brace factory with her.
Well, they couldn't afford it when she was growing up, so she's too old for that. So I mean, like,
Baby May got braces recently.
well, Baby May's got her a man.
Baby May's making her own bucks now.
Right.
Yeah, she can afford it. Plus, you know, dentists in the
Well, she could have
Philippines, they
took her
do laser.
sister with her.
You know, it's cheaper in the Philippines for braces, anyways, compared to the U.S. But I mean, like,
yes, of course.
you know, like somebody, you know, that's why I made a comment. It said George, but not George, because there's a guy named George in the
there's
chat.
a George guy. Yeah.
So you know, when you say it's not important, like, listen, like, you know, I'm not the good looking person. I'm a 4. Like I said, I always say this. I'm 4 in a good day, 3 on a regular day, right? So
are you talking about looks?
Yeah, looks does freaking matter.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna probably put you, Mike, as long as you got that cologne on and you were buying lunch like you did that day. I'm gonna put you at a 6 or 7.
Colognes should not matter.
It does.
Actually,
if you smell good and fresh,
George is rolling his eyes.
Should not matter. But I appreciate the upgrade. I appreciate the upgrade. But see, that's the thing right there. That's the difference between typically men and women, right? So women will typically use that. That's it. Well, he does this, does that for me, so I'm gonna give him an extra stuff. Just like when they do studies, they did this study where they had 1,000 women. They showed these women guys' pictures and their jobs, and they purposely
put you at a 6.
They put them at menial jobs. And the girls scored these guys low, but then they showed another group of 1,000 women, but they changed the guys' jobs to neurosurgeons, lawyers, this and that. The same guys, and they got ratings of 3 points higher by average than the other set of women. So you know that's where the truth is, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine with how women view things. But for guys to then say that looks doesn't matter, let me ask a question. If somebody's ugly as hell, would you actually approach her?
Of course not. Absolutely not.
By far majority, most men will say, no, I'm not going to approach that girl waist, but I'm going to try to at least get somebody who maybe is in my level.
Well, it depends if it's 3
Well, it's not that. It's not nice to do that. Because if you approach her and get her hopes up and you're not interested in her, that's not nice either.
Yeah. Guys, there's something called beer goggles. You're welcome to them. Just saying.
Yeah.
But going back to Old Dog, I mean, it's interesting. That's the way I see it. He dated several girls before Baby May, and all of them were very aggressive.
Than he's got now, for sure.
Yeah. They're all aggressive on the money front, as I understand it, his words. But the irony of it all is now he's paying for Baby May anyway, right? That's the irony.
Right. Actually, Hector Gubat made a good point. Hector Gubat says, just watch any Filipino TV shows or movies and you'll be able to gauge your standards when it comes to attractiveness or beauty. Also, their beauty pageants, sometimes applies to males or females. Well,
I wouldn't say the beauty pageants.
I wouldn't say the beauty pageants.
Most of them are bleached out and they now have the nose jobs. A lot of them that is not natural.
But actors and actresses is a good gauge, though.
Yeah. Yeah,
that is a good gauge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Manny. The Rap Act would bar the use of music lyrics in court proceedings in the U.S.
Oh, well, you talking about the way that he actually is? No, but his prior
Thank you, Manny.
arrests
Appreciate that.
So there's videos online where he's been arrested.
Well, the Rap Act is based on a lot of more of the RICO charges that a lot of the Southern rappers are getting. That's where they're using them right now. And I don't think P. Diddy truly, used any rap lyrics where it shows that he's doing some, because they're trying to get him in a RICO case right now. But I mean,
oh no,
yeah. But one thing that you can get with Puff Daddy is go listen to, for example, his song with Usher. Listen to the words. He talks about pillow fighting under the cover.
Oh, yeah,
so you're just at first you're my girl, but then we're boyfriends. It's you got to start laughing at that. But I mean, with Puff Daddy, just number one is during the late 80s, he was a backup dancer.
Yeah, and I remember him on MTV too.
Yeah, he was a backup dancer for not Two Live Crew, the guy who sang Humpty Dance, Virtual Underground. So, you know, during the 80s and early 90s, who were the back dancers? What were their affiliation in regards for, did they like men or did they like women? Typically, backup dancers during the late 80s were flamers.
Yeah, no, I can't put it up.
So, you know, you have to look at that. And then just look at, for example, when him and Meek Mill, for example, you know, thug rapper from Philly, if I'm correct, they used to dress the same outfits whenever they were seen outside, not during the hip hop music videos. But if you look up Meek Mill and him, they used to dress up alike. And I'm sorry to say, if you dress up alike,
only if it's seen that way. Tex World said something that Andy Omar did, and he said that, again, I'm no fan of Mark Thornton, but he deserves a fair process and commentary. Andy Omar sending him a rope in the mail and then encouraging him to, it's just not acceptable. I do agree to some point that some people that do coverage, I'll be like, oh my God, that's a little
extensive.
As far as how far they will go. And this is why it's been said, okay, I'm just repeating what's been said, is that there's a difference between doing coverage and entertainment and poking a little fun and actually going beyond that. I think some of the channels go extensive, and they actually will call those troll channels, where they go way outside of the box. And some actually do. So there's, you know,
mine's on the line, I would say.
Yeah, that's if he really did that, but we have no, you know, unless Andy wants to join us and say he did or didn't do that. But you know, it's a little, yeah.
Can I show range 99 video? Is that okay? It's up to you guys.
Is it clean? Somewhat clean?
I think it has like one swear word in it. Just one F word or something.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. If any, 1 second. I think it's okay.
Yeah,
we can always just edit it out afterwards.
Sure.
Yeah, because we don't know if we'll be flagged for it.
Oh, wait. Oh, it's on a different. Oh, that's weird. Okay. No, that's him. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you know, like I said, I messed up there. Tupac was the backup dancer for Digital Underground. That was right. But Puff Daddy was also a backup dancer as well. And I'm sorry to say, Tupac got killed, and that's related to P. Diddy. So think about that.
Yeah, I told you it's okay to eat red meat and whole Black Saturday. I'm joking. All right, we're ready. All right, here we go.
Oo, sir niya. Gibastusan niya ang mga ubang kauban niya ba? Oh, kato.
Yeah, we can.
You motherfucker, all your braids, all your fucking bandana head, all that shit. I don't give a fuck. All your tats.
That's a lot. That's a lot of swear words.
Who was that person?
I think once you get past that, he talks about the topic. That was the only swearing.
Okay, but who is that?
The real deal. He talks about the rapper and the waterfront incident.
All right. Well, I guess I could skip a little bit. Let's see if it. You want to try it again?
Yeah, I mean that was a lot more than.
Well, we know what happened there, right? No. The girls favored him. The girls were flirting with him, and he got jealous. That's exactly what happened, and that's why the guy got shot. He wasn't rude to any fucking women.
Yeah,
the girls were fucking flocking to.
No, it's his normal vernacular. Okay. I'm not judging the guy. I'm not judging the guy, but what I'm saying
is that you?
No, it's not me, but he holds the same views That's what you do, Heidi. Unfortunately, he uses the F word too much.
Yeah, that's part of his vernacular, and he can't control himself because that's
I have a
part of his
question because I haven't been
normal.
looking into Range 99 for a while. Has any charges been put up yet?
Has any officially, according to his mother and girlfriend? Yes.
So why
So
isn't
the initial amended ones is yes. Are they in the court system where I can find them? The answer is no. But I suspect that'll take some time.
With an American, having the the results of what happened to that gentleman, and there's nothing in the news, that's very suspicious to me.
I would believe his mother, though, Mike.
No, I believe his mother. I'm just saying is that they
would have turned him loose by now, and he definitely would have flapped his gums and been out telling people he's out.
Right.
So
the other issue, Heidi and George, the other issue we have is there's bribes going from all. Now I think they're being knocked back, but doesn't mean there's a lot going on regarding offers like bribery.
We can say there's a possibility of. We can say there's a possibility of bribes, but there's no bribes being seen, so we can't really say that it's there. There's a possibility, but we can't say.
Let me put it this way, Mike. If you were in a Philippine jail and you had substantial amount of money, right, and a substantial network, so it speaks for itself.
He doesn't have that because again, he was just e-begging recently.
And we mentioned the e-begging.
Yeah.
A bunch of people mentioned funny that we should mention that because of us saying
he
doesn't support our channel.
He doesn't have that.
We were trying to prove that he's not too financially secure.
Yeah, this is him.
If he's crying in a hospital when he had a stroke and he was asking people to give him money. And that was like
he was
last
recently
year.
e-begging, so he doesn't have it like that.
He's not the top rapper that's making money, like the other guys.
Maybe he's got a lot of money, but he spends it all on drugs. Maybe.
Well, maybe there's a lot of maybes here. So,
and he does support his family allegedly. So I don't think he's like one that's got millions of pesos in the bank. No. Can he possibly allegedly bribe somebody out of this? I don't know. I just can't see it being it's this public that they would just turn him loose.
Well,
because it's not a bondable charge. So if he's walking around, even if he's hiding, eventually somebody's going to notice him. It's his tattoos. And even if he cut his hair and put a hat on, someone's going to recognize him.
He's small but big enough that if he's out, somebody will know. And he's small but big enough that he can bribe somebody, but not out of this one, if that makes any sense.
And his mom, girlfriend, and current wife that supposedly allegedly he's still married to, according to that side, is that they said he's not getting out. They secured that bag that he's supposed to be. He's not going to get out.
Yeah.
So, you know what else? If let's say when you initially cut, let's say things went bad and it looked like he was going to get out, and it all took the bad turn, right? Let's just say that the fact that his parents came over means that they would have approached the authorities about getting justice, and the authorities would have either said, yes, we can get justice, or we can't, so have him disappear. So they would have had both the offers on the table.
Allegedly it was just his mom, and here's another thing. Even if it's just the gun charge, he's going to get some time.
Yeah, 6
so
years.
They at least have that charge. So, but now that the mother has actually approached, what I call the government, then I can't see that any of that would happen. I mean, there's always a possibility. I mean, I'm not going to put that 100%, but I put it 99%. And even if none of that works on the charges and they try to go with the self-defense, everything, I still feel that the gun charge alone, it's
still illegal possession.
Yep.
And that alone has its own charge.
What is it? Do you know what that is, Mike? I thought it was 1 to 10 or 1 to 20. I know it can be up to a certain. We were looking
for the gun charge.
1 to 10. Illegal possession.
I think the illegal possession is between 1 to 6 years max and 1 day.
That's maximum penalty. You'd never get that.
Right. Yeah. But either way, he'll be held anyway, regardless.
And more than likely for the mom approaching, you know, the authorities, they're just going to tell her like it's still under investigation. That's what they're going to say.
Well, it says here under the courts, it says that it will be a higher penalty if the gun was loaded.
Well,
Who's to say about it being shot? Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Well, it's kind of
So
like
then it goes from there. So
it's like the U.S. You know, it's 525 life. Here
different.
it's different, but same thing. Since it's not like 5 in the U.S. would be just bring that weapon, and then you got arrested. That's 5. 25 is when you shoot that weapon. Here, then of course, same thing. It escalates from not just 1 year's minimum. 1 year minimum is the one if you brought a weapon and you did a crime and you were caught with that weapon. Same thing. So it's not going to be 1 year. Now it's possible after, you know, if said bribery happens and if he does have enough money, which again I don't think he does, because again he was just recently e-begging, so I don't think he has it like that. And even if he did, it's somewhat of a high profile case. Go ahead, Mike.
No, what I'm saying is that most likely, you know, the mom's going to approach the, you know, the consul for assistance and stuff like that. And, you know, people visiting the Philippines should understand, or anywhere else in the world, when you ask for help from the consulate, they won't help you. All they're going to
But doesn't he? I thought he had income from his rapping. He's got income, right? Whether it's YouTube or albums, right? He's got a cash flow coming in.
His YouTube doesn't have enough views, and if you know, and also understand that revenue in the Philippines for YouTubers is really low. You know, you're looking at $2 average, especially for music.
Because most of them are Filipino viewers. So where we get about $5 per 1,000 is average for us per 1,000 views. And live streams will get even less. So we make about $5 a live stream, unless there's like where we get sticker money, and then of course we lose 30% of that. But for Filipinos, yeah, I would guess $1 to $2 per 1,000. Even at his numbers, it could be very low.
Right.
Yeah, he's not like a rapper like Flo G or Salbakuta or Glock 9 or something, or those guys. Those guys get lots of views and a lot of sponsorship. He's not in the highest totem pole when it comes to hip hop in the Philippines. He's been active in a lot of the flip top rap battles and stuff like that, but that doesn't get him the money really. He'll probably get a few thousand from appearances. So he's not making a lot of money. He's not the ones who's getting deals.
Right. And again, like again, most of those views are going to be limited to the Philippines, because here's the thing: the Filipinos that migrate to the U.S. are usually have this different mentality, meaning the probability of them watching Filipino rap is lower, because again, that's the reason why they're in America, because they want to listen to and live American. It's just
most
a weird mentality.
Yeah, most Filipinos that are in America are going to be listening to stuff like Eraserheads.
Correct.
You know, listening to like more like Filipino rock music than anything else in the hip hop music.
Correct. Yeah, it's a different mentality. So his American income, as it were, because YouTube rates you by where your viewers are, odds are they're going to be in the Philippines. Only because I've listened to his rap. There's nothing wrong with it. He's actually a pretty good rapper, but it's not for anybody in America, put it that way. Not prejudging or anything. It's just...
Swell brings up a good point in the chat.
Yeah, real quick, it says under the Philippine, this is under the actual law. It depends on whether the gun was used in a crime and also the actual caliber. Like here, it actually mentions a 38, 9mm, 40, 41, 44, and 45. It just depends on the actual caliber. But if it's used in an actual, like it says here, that would actually happen, it's committed with the use of an unlicensed firearm, it's considered as an aggravating circumstances, and the penalty will be higher.
Right, and Textro again made a good point. Range self-incriminated himself in his vid, saying he acted to preserve the honor of his ladies, which is not self-defense. The problem with that, I'm not talking about the problem with what Textro said. The problem with this incident is one, the stuff he said on the media was that good PR? Oh, it's great PR. It's probably the best PR you can come up with. However, legally, it's probably not the best move. Mike Ross says it's BS. Pinoy pride at its finest. Well, Pinoy pride again. Pinoy pride, it's no different than American pride. It depends on where it's invested on. It's either it's a good thing or a bad thing. Pride is pride. Pride is both like something that would lift you, or it's also a crutch. It depends on the situation and the person. So
Nothing wrong with the pride.
right. That's what I'm saying. It depends.
The pride is a positive and a negative, in my opinion. It helps to preserve the culture, which is a positive. Negative would be reasoning with pride can be quite tricky.
Right.
Yes, Mike was a U.S. veteran. Yes.
No, Bamsey, I believe it was a 45.
So, hey, Mike, what did you think of the Mark Thornton tape?
Which Mark Thornton tape?
Oh, which one? The one at the cafe.
Wait, the fight one, the one that
Yeah.
caused. I say what it is what it is. I mean, I'm waiting for the charges too and everything like that. I mean, no matter what. I mean, he did rough the guy up. He did the guy's eye. You could tell that with just with the guy's injuries and stuff like that. There was all that, but in the end, it's like, oh well, another one bites the dust, kind of. So it's like, in the end, I mean, it is what it is. I think he made a mistake on how he approached it. He made it even worse for other people. He tried to bring other people in his mix, which messed it up as well. So, I mean, whatever, if he gets something from it, then he gets something from it. He did admit that he did do what he did. So can that get him in trouble? Sure. I'm surprised nobody's gone to the embassy. I mean, embassy, no one went into the immigration to do a report on him, because they can technically get him kicked out for that, because he already has a video out there that he admitted that he attacked somebody. That's good enough to kick somebody out of the country.
Yeah. Do you think Dexter filed something?
My thing with that is, number one is, why hasn't somebody said something yet? Maybe they're just keeping it in the down low before something happens. People have said that files were charged, that there were charges out there. So if there were charges out there, why has he not been arrested yet? So my question, and that is, I don't think that there's going to be any charges if they're smart enough, because these guys know each other pretty well. So if they've known each other pretty well, they have skeletons in the closet. They got the puffy tapes on each other pretty much.
Right. That's what I figured, is maybe no charges. That's what I said earlier.
And there's also a whole nother side to this, because only 5 years ago, I used to go to that place all the time. You would always have the boot of your vehicle checked for explosive devices, right? You're going to a hotel casino, right? It's expected, there's security. Now, in the last couple of years, they've stopped doing the vehicle boot checks. They've stopped doing that, right? But they still should have high security. Having this event happen it's devastated, especially for foreigners looking. It looks like there's no security at the waterfront hotel.
Oh,
it is a whole nother issue in itself, right?
There shouldn't be. I mean, there's security. I mean, I've been to that hotel is one of the most ghettoest hotel nowadays in Cebu.
It's an old hotel.
It was a nice hotel 10 years ago, but other than that, it's ghetto. I don't know why people think that they're gonna go there, and it's a ghetto hotel, so run down. It's the rooms are crappy. It's not worth it. So I mean,
it's right next to IT Park. You still expect to have the security.
There was security there. I did mention that to George. I said there was all kinds of security, but like you said, they're not being paid enough to get involved.
That, and it's died
can
down.
His mother and family sue them for you know, because they seem to be standing around most of that time, and I don't know, it just
Well,
seemed like
and
there was
it has
some
died down
fouls
because
going on.
again, like Gogo says that they used to check your trunk for IEDs, and the reason for this, for those of you, again, some of you who've never been to the Philippines are not familiar, and there are certain places in the Philippines where there's certain rebels that do certain things that, you know, basically ex-nay a lot of people, and that's why they do, again, do boot checks, or used to check your trunk for IEDs, because this was the most common tactic for most, you know, terrorist groups, as it were. And again, some of you say, "Oh, it's safe, safe, safe." Yes, I understand it's safe for the most part nowadays, but there are still certain areas that you go in southern Philippines that I personally won't go to, and I'm Filipino, if that makes any sense. Um, Again, but Cebu is not one of those. But the point is, Cebu is a hub. It's where everybody from the south go to. It's a transitional island. You know, if that makes any sense. Also, Just Fact says, I can't put this up, but Just Fact says Filipinos face, you know, the R card in the US in the 70s. I disagree, only because I experienced the R card in the US up until, I would say, the early 2010s. Personally, again, I've been um I mean, you guys know me. I'm the most civil, most straight-laced guy you've ever meet, but yet I got threatened because of the color of my skin in the US up to the early 2010s. And as Ruby stated also, since COVID happened, this escalated and now it's worse. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry again. It's just a random thing that's in the comments that kind of most of you guys should know. Filipinos do face, again, discrimination in the US on a regular basis. And again, I personally have known this, and I'm the most, you know, low key guy, most, you know, I'm most amicable guy. Everybody loves me in most towns I'm in. Everybody knows me in most bars I go in. Everybody knows me in the bar. Point being, even I got attacked. Put it that way. What is that?
She crew.
Are you serious? You can't wear it?
No, babe.
Yeah.
It's barely getting around. The puppy's been growing a lot. So she had like a little like Easter dress, and which, by the way, oh sorry, by the way, they're cheaper here. Like these same dresses that they used to have in the U.S. at like PetSmart and everything. Those suckers are like $20 and $25 for a cat or dog dress. Same dresses, being they come direct from China, are like $2. So we bought her this, but we bought it like 2 weeks ago, and she's already grown that much. She had like a growth spurt. What happened, monkey?
In your opinion, George, has it affected tourism, or it hasn't really affected? What's your
I don't
opinion?
think so.
No, I think the older ones might get a little, you know, kind of like skeptical about going certain places, but I don't think it will at all.
No, and I don't think, and a lot of tourists will have enough intelligence to know that this is an isolated incident. What I mean is, it's one thing if, let's say, just an example, I'm making up a party here. Let's say new CCP parties in the Philippines. Again, that's something I just made up because I don't want to offend any particular parties here. Let's just say CCP party decides to, you know, example, put an IED in the US consulate. Then yeah, I would say yes, it would affect tourism because they were like, oh my gosh, that's an organization. But in this one, I know a lot of, you know, foreigners would be like, oh, this is an isolated incident.
Most of them
you
don't
know,
go partying at bars, and you know, it's only a percentage of the guys that come here.
actually, that's a good point. A lot of tourists don't go to bars, period. In fact, the people that me and Heidi meet up, they say, "Oh, I don't even go to bars." Yeah, they're not that type.
Wives, friends,
Right.
And like we said, a lot of people want to know why we don't go out and go to these bars and go out and do a bunch of stuff. And it's like we're just at that point in our lives where it's all played out and stuff. So we're just living the same life we would have in the U.S., just at a cheaper price,
Right.
and friendlier.
Can I ask you, have either of you been to the waterfront? Because it's not a bar. Like, they have a bar there, and they have other rooms you
No,
can use
neither
and
of us
stuff.
have, but we actually got like a full view of it through Google, like, you know, Google Earth and all that to see like how the driveway goes around it, what's in there, seen videos and
Well, just so
kind of
you know,
what.
it's got no
But
association with partying or bars at all.
right,
It's
well,
a upmarket restaurant. People go there for breakfast, and the casino's on the
right.
second
Yeah, there's
level
several
up the
parts of
stairs.
it. Yeah.
But the video footage that we showed you, that happened around 2 o'clock in the morning, which means that's not what's going on there. And again, what Heidi's saying is,
It's even more
odds are, if
isolated.
me and Heidi were actually in that waterfront casino, we probably won't go up to the bar at 2 o'clock in the morning unless we're actually bar people. I'm not discriminating against bar people. What we're saying,
It's more of an isolated incident. I don't know if
right?
it'll
That's what I'm
affect
saying.
tourism.
And again, most people
And the
we've
bar
met don't go to
downstairs,
bars.
that's at the front. Like, that's as you walk in on the left.
No, I
And that's
understand, but
usually,
it's still
yeah,
at 2 o'clock. I
not a
get it.
disco or anything, George.
No, I know that,
Not a
but
disco.
point being is no. Okay, anybody in the room that don't go to bars, will you go to downstairs at 2 o'clock in the morning? I mean, anywhere. Odds are no, you'd be asleep. I'm just saying, unless you're that type of guy. Again, there's nothing wrong with that, and I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I'm
But
just
most of the
saying
guys most people coming here are at a certain age and stuff.
won't
I
go out
mean,
at that late. Period. Forget the bar, forget the restaurant, forget anything. Most of the time, they'll be at home asleep. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I don't think it will at all. And especially if it's people going to other parts like Boracay or
Right.
Surgal and all that, they won't even read that type of news unless the embassy puts out warnings, and they haven't done that or
Well,
addressed it. So I don't think it's
2 a.m.'s not that late. Some people, if
oh
they
no,
go
no,
to
no, no.
clubs,
he was out
yeah.
till 6 in the morning. That's when the footage
I'm
happened. It was
not.
about 2:30.
I'm not saying it's that late because again, before Heidi,
Well,
honestly,
he was out all night.
again, I have been out all night till the sun comes up. Yes, I have partied like that recently, right before
Oh,
Heidi. So no, I get you. It's not that late, but what I'm saying is,
hey, George.
a person that's out like that, again,
Hmm.
like me, for example, again, I'm talking about from personal experience. I'm not gonna be out at 2 o'clock in the morning because you know what I'm saying. I'm twiddling my thumbs in bed. No, you're out there to have fun, and there's nothing wrong with
Heidi,
that.
question.
Yeah.
George, cover your ears. You know when George was out the front of your house drinking with those other guys in the neighborhood? What time did he come in?
Okay, well, at that time it was probably what, 9?
No, babe, it was not even
It was
8.
dark. Well, it was after
No,
dark.
babe, it was it's not.
8,
It's around.
between
It's
8.
before 8, babe.
Okay, so
Before.
all right, so it was dark and he was out there for a little bit. So I'm going to say it appeared to be closer to 9, but then the guy was coming back and it was after
When he
11:30 midnight that
Yeah,
he was
well,
supposed to call him back out again.
either way, I haven't been out all night long never since I met Heidi. Put it that
And we
way.
were new to the neighborhood too. So it's like, you got to kind of get like your surroundings of, what goes down. Everybody always checks out like where they're living, who hangs out,
Yeah.
who does what. But at that point, George was a few drinks in. So that was just me being protective as a mother. And
Put it this way, I'm barely a homebody until Heidi. No, fact. Even Heidi will tell you this. And put it this way, the cars I take, I make sure that the cars that I take, because again I have several cars, are the ones I can literally sleep in, like in the back. Like for example, HHR, the back folds down, and you can sleep in the back.
once a hoe,
You've lost
always
me.
a hoe.
I'm confused, George.
What I'm saying is,
Hey, Gogo, once a hoe, always a hoe.
I'm never a homebody before Heidi. I'm never a homebody. I'm always out.
He was always
And I
trapped.
always had plans backup in case I'm too inebriated to drive. I have
Okay, yeah,
I would sleep in
okay.
the car, and the cars I take, I make sure I have room to sleep in the back.
You shut up now, George.
O-Wagon Express.
Oh, before that, I was actually even further than
So
that.
you're a self-confessed alcoholic before you met Heidi.
Well, no. I'm not. I wouldn't. No, I'm not an alcoholic by any. No,
We
I'm
used
not.
to do a lot of drinking.
I'm more of a
and
social
other
drinker,
partying,
and
yeah.
most of the time when I drink, it's for the exotic stuff. I'd say, no, really exotic stuff. I'd talk to the bartender. Okay, what can you make me today? That kind of
Yeah,
deal.
So you've been in a lot of like bars, George, or just drinking only bars, like in the past, not now.
Oh no, not now, not now. For a lot of reasons. One, I only went to high class bars, and two, the bars here. Oh, geez. Okay, and no offense to anybody, and I'm not. Remember, I know Western culture, and I know Western drinks, and no offense to anybody. It doesn't matter what race, country, or you're in. When you go to a certain country, it doesn't mean that the drink you're used to in wherever you are now. For example, I lived in America for a while, so I'm used to American drinks. And I go to the Philippines and ask for an American drink. It's not going to be the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the drink I ordered? It was simple. Not rum and coke. That's too simple. But anything that involves mixing,
Mixology.
any real mixologist, they're a little
Well, it depends on
off
where
because
you go.
remember they're trying to cater to. It's kind of like pizzas. It's not that Filipinos don't know how to make pizzas. They just make pizzas that Filipinos will buy versus pizzas that Westerners want. Two different things. Because remember, they're trying to sell to the locals. So same thing with drinks. They're trained to make drinks that the locals will drink versus what you guys are accustomed to. Again, nothing to do with race, country, or anything. It's just any country will make their drinks and their food that will sell to
But
the
also
locals.
the ingredients play a part too, right? Because I noticed that some of the Jim Beam bottles, they say they're imported, they're completely legit when you read the label, but they still taste different.
Right. And that's a good point, Gogo, because even in the US, like this is me in the US. Again, the girls that I date, they said, "Why don't you cook Filipino food?" And I tell them, because most of the ingredients don't exist. They exist, but I have to drive like 3 hours to a Filipino store to get a hold of the ingredients. You know what I'm saying? So you made a good point there. Some of the ingredients are not available, or rather, most of the ingredients are not available. So yeah, that's a good point, Gogo.
And also when you add the beverages that have the corn syrup in it, it has a funny taste in the back of your mouth too.
Yes, and that's what I mean. It's even the Coke. Coke tastes different. Like, again, there was actually a TikTok that I watched. A Russian came over and drank Coke and says, "This is not Coke."
Dusty Bryan
And
said.
then the guy gave him a Mexican Coke. And then he said, "Okay, this is the Coke I'm used to."
Right.
The point being is that's the simple ingredient as Coke, which again is used in a lot of drinks, tastes different per country. That's a good point. Yeah.
And I don't know whether they're trying to save on factory expenses or like for their margins or something, but they've increased that product that gives you that funny taste in your mouth, I've noticed. Because you'd go back 10 years ago, the Coke, I couldn't really tell the difference. Now I can really tell the difference.
Oh yeah,
like a
no,
lot.
I agree. And here recently, well, fairly recently, within the year, McDonald's fries don't taste the same anymore. Me and Heidi was like,
They had a fry shortage during the Big C, and just recently again, it's probably been closer to a year.
after
it seemed like
that,
6
it
months ago.
never
now
came
they're
back.
Total cardboard. I mean,
It tastes like eating cardboard.
It's they had a potato shortage.
Right.
And
It's not the fries. Okay, remember we've been in the Philippines a while, and it's not the fries we're used to in the Philippines anymore. I mean, I get it from the U.S. when we were.
Do you
in the
mean
US,
what? What do you mean? You mean they taste more cardboardy? Is that what you mean?
They taste more cardboardy now. Before
they're super skinny, and it tastes like I don't know, but
they don't taste the same anymore. Like I said, when we first flew from the U.S. to Mexico, and then here we can tell the difference, but it was acceptable. Now it's like,
ever since they had the potato
yeah,
shortage
now
here,
it
they've
tastes,
added something.
doesn't taste the same anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it this way, we probably won't order the fries ever again.
You know what really kicks me? It really hits me hard. You go, because you're already expecting something, right? When you go
Right.
to the McDo or you go to the Jollibee. And when they say the soft drink's not available,
Oh yeah,
like that's fairly common, but I'm still gets me because I'm expecting to have the Coke with my meal.
right.
It gets me. Still gets me.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's very true.
Because the first thing comes in your mind is how can you be out of Coke?
Right.
I see somebody was questioning about what AFAM means, and I used to think it meant Filipino couples, but it's a foreigner living in Manila is what it used to stand for. A lot of the foreigners used to come to Manila, but it's dealing with, that's why they kind of abbreviate it. I don't know what the A stands for. A foreigner, and stood for Manila. I think that was initially when they would come through that port. So, Mike, they've been calling them AFAMs for a while, right? Foreigners.
AFAM means, you know, a foreigner assigned in Manila. AFAM, AFAM.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's
I
what
knew the word meant in Manila, but I didn't know. Yeah. So, but when I did like a couple things back, and I said that they were an AFAM couple, then I announced Miss Fuentes as his wife because I thought they were married. I knew he was, but now we're finding out, so I apologize that in the following video, but I looked it up then. I was like, oh, okay. Now I see why they call everybody an AFAM.
Right.
Yeah, it used to be just for you know, for foreigners who are working in Manila. That's why a foreigner assigned in Manila, that they were assigned by their company to work in Manila. So that's where that was at. But that was during the 70s
A
and the
foreigner assigned in Manila. Okay.
that's the 70s and 80s. Nowadays, when you hear that term, it's more of a derogatory term for the foreigner. Like, more than likely, there is going to be a joking mentality, or, oh, like, look, there's that Filipino with her AFAM. So it's more of like being used in that way now. So that's why I always say, is like, if your Filipino's calling you an AFAM, just check her, be like, no, I don't want to be called that. That's something, I want to draw the line. But, some guys are owning it, so let them own it as well. Just like, back in the days, if you were called a flip in the United States, it was kind of derogatory for Filipinos.
Oh.
Like, if you got called a flip back in the days, those were fighting words if it came from a non-Filipino, because the flip means, a funny looking.
It's a color. Blanco and Negro is black and white, so I don't have a problem. Yeah, it says I don't.
The hard R's. So if you get called a negro in the Philippines, it's because of the color. Negro or itim, those are used for Filipinos, used by
I've
Filipinos.
heard negritos.
Well, no, that's different. No. Yeah, sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, negritos are people almost even assigned to Aitas, similarities.
Yes, they're the indigenous people. Yes.
Yeah, the indigenous people.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
There's a woman up the road. I guess most of her kids are from foreigners, but one of them is actually, I guess.
And it's not pronounced the same way as the West, just so you guys know.
So I thought her child, because she was on the darker skinned side, I thought it was an indigenous child. So George says, because I said something out loud about her being Aida. And George says, no, she's not.
But
and I was like, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but it's with her darker skin, I didn't know.
But in general, Filipinos are not, they don't use it in, they don't use it to hurt. They don't use it in malice. They just say it because that's what, if you're, you have dark skin, again, the indigenous people, they call them negritos, because it's just how we describe people. So
they used to
negro, it just means it's that your,
it's not just meant for black people, it's meant for Filipinos. Uy, negro show. Now here's the thing.
Negro show, it's just it's not derogatory by any means.
But also they don't have filters. They'll be like, hey, look at that black man. They don't have filters.
Correct.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
and
that's
they usually don't recognize like race.
And again, they're socialists. They discriminate
To
by
be
your
honest, though,
color
I
of
like it that way. I wish the rest of the world was like that, but it's not, and that's why it's
I
shocking when you hear it.
you
was thinking
expect
that.
Philippines to understand the flight of the black people in the United States of America. They don't know about the history. They don't know about the stories. So maybe like if you feel that you've been wronged, or if you don't like what they're using, they use it on you, then you know what? Have the conversation. Educate. If you feel that that's something that you don't want to be called. But the thing though is you can't then say it's a bad word, because number one is we're not even using, it's not the hard R's that is used really to defame, black people in America. It is a Spanish word. It's part of the language.
It's in your crayons.
So I don't know, but so you can't be like, oh my God, I can't believe they said that. No. It's part of the language. If you don't like it, deal with it, because it's the country. That's part of the culture. That's always been used. It has been used. And,
Right.
I'm the first person to be like, listen, I understand about problems that exist regarding the R stuff in anywhere in the world, or even in let's say in America and stuff like that. But I'm also a person that says I'm sick and tired of people bringing it up when it's not valid. Like, use it if somebody, like, if there was an instance where somebody truly was being R on you, then you know what, then use it in the right way of things. But
Yeah, it gets thrown around too much, the racist word. It's used for everything, especially in defense as well. They just throw it up.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Gogo, because I was just thinking that inside my head. I talked about some of the woke generations, and I was like, if people can't laugh at like Robin Williams, or who were some of the others I mentioned the other day, the comedians,
Right.
George Carlin, or
He's one.
what's the other one we were just talking about? Here, come here. Richard Pryor. I couldn't think of his name. That's usually who I think about, because them are what I call the real generational people right there. And there's a lot of others, but it's like, yeah, sometimes I feel you hear it from all sides and everything. And I just wish people would like
All the time. Like a good example is Little Miss Sunshine, when he put out his topic, which he stated every bar girl makes a good housewife. And I disagree with that, so immediately he's drawing on racist cards. How does that even correlate with what he said?
Yeah, and sometimes I agree, because I keep seeing, where it's actually put out, I'm a black man in the Philippines, I'm a white guy in the Philippines, I'm a white woman. I keep seeing these topics that come out, and I'm like, what's that got to do with just being in the Philippines?
And you know what stumps me the most? You don't need to come to me or go to another channel to figure that out, right? That's a no-brainer. You don't go making prostitutes your wife, right? You don't need to go for a discussion or something, or to research.
Right. Now, and remember, when a Filipino says a racial comment, they really don't mean it. They just don't know any better, because it's what they see in the movies. For example, like the anger, please, that's because they see in the movie. So if you're African American, what's up, my anger? They're like, they don't know any better, because that's what they see in the movies, and they're just emulating it.
And I mean, what's next? The Filipinos love KKK. Are you gonna try to cancel out the Filipinos?
That's true.
Love the KKK. They love the revolution.
Okay, for those of you again,
explanation, guys.
Now, KKK is not the same in the U.S. as in the Philippines.
And don't they actually have a tape and everything?
Let's educate people. The KKK is the Kataas-Taasan Kagarang-Galangang Katipunan, right? It's the revolutionary name of the people like Andres Bonifacio and them that fought against the Spanish regime. So what? All of a sudden, just because there's flags of the KKK, like, here's a good example. All right, this is how you educate people. I'm at my office. My dad's chilling in the front. Okay, he's at the desk in the front. There's a new student that's signing up, and my dad's drinking his coffee. In that coffee cup was all the different flags by Filipino. One of them was the KKK. And from afar, when I walked out, I see this student who was a black woman staring at the cup that my dad's drinking while she's signing up in front of him. And you can see the rage that was happening in her face.
Really?
Like, I can see the rage. She was about to say something, but she wanted to become a nurse. So she was signing up. And then I sat down right in front of her. I'm like, just to let you know, I do truly apologize for this. I think I saw
It's
you.
my bunny ears.
And I had to
I said,
educate the woman.
Go-Go, she's awake.
Like, I had to educate
Get
the
her
woman.
dress, Go-Go, I was saying.
And then the woman's like, oh, okay, I get it. I was like, but you know what? If that offends you, I was like, I told my dad later on, we put the mug, brought it back home. So that's the thing. Educate them before people start snapping or before you snap. Do something about it. But if you're not willing to have a conversation with people, right? If you're not willing to have that conversation, and then don't be whining about it, on a chat or anything like that. Because, like, listen, I understand people have their different experiences, but you know what? When you come to the Philippines, it's a different experience, and you can't force your reality, what you lived in your country, to the Philippines. But
that or what happened 50, 60, 70 years ago. It's like several generations removed on all different sides of different types of, what actually goes on. Just like during the wars when the soldiers went over to America, was it World War II? And like when they were in England and France, nobody really seen color or, because like there were still a lot of things going on in the US. And I was like, that was the best damn time too. And it was like, I was so, happy that those soldiers, it didn't make a difference. They found love over there and like all these good things were going on, but nobody cared whether they were Native American Indian or whether, they were black or white or, Chinese. It just, whoever was serving. They were just soldiers and people. No, believe me, there was even Native Americans were having hard times back then.
Here's why I hate all foreigners, right? I hate all foreigners, and I'll explain why. Be careful what you wish for, right? And let me explain. 5 years ago, they called me Hey Joe 100 times a day.
Oh,
now I'm lucky to get that once a week, Hey Joe. Right?
What'd you do, get a tan?
Here's the thing, right? Now it's the opposite. Now you miss it. So these foreigners are like, oh, I'm sick of being called Hey Joe. Now that they're not being called that every 5 seconds, they miss it. And they want that back. So you gotta, you know what I mean?
What Bobo is saying is that the fact is, even a lot of foreigners are starting to notice that, like, and I will say that maybe the older guys are noticing it, where they're saying that we're not as wanted as we were before. I mean, there's videos there showing that guys are now saying like, man, we're not as wanted as we were before because it's now.
No, and I think the internet's changed that too. They can see them all day long. They don't want to stare at that anymore.
Yeah, and to add to another educational stuff for a lot of you guys that are listening. So, especially, with black people coming to the Philippines and stuff like that, I know it hurts sometimes hearing the N-word because it's been used in a bad connotation. But here's the thing. Be happy in the Philippines. You want to know why? Let me explain to you guys why. Because the way a lot of Filipinos see Americans who have committed genocide in the Philippines by Americans, they're seen as the Americans committed genocide. But the majority of the people that committed genocide in the Philippines were from the Buffalo Soldiers. And guess who the Buffalo Soldiers were? Black men. The largest genocides that happened in the Philippines coming from the Americans were coming from the Buffalo Soldiers. Now, they were ordered to do it.
I know that song, Buffalo Soldier.
But be happy. When Filipinos look at it, they look at it as the Americans did it to us. They didn't say, oh, the black Americans did it or the white Americans did it. Okay, so it's you have to understand the truth that happens in the Philippines and stuff like that, but it's not looked as that. You don't see Filipinos running around saying, oh, these black Americans came to the Philippines and murdered and committed genocide in the Philippines. They didn't say that. They're saying the Americans did. Now, to be fair, there was a lot of black Americans from the Buffalo Soldiers that actually left the Americans and fought with the Filipinos as well because they didn't like.
Here's another thing, Mick. The hot complaints 7 years ago that I was getting, the hot complaints from foreigners was, oh, where can I find a good steak? Blah, 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 and carrying on about that. Now, it's just fast food restaurant where all the old little carinderias used to be. They've got a fucking fast food restaurant there. And now they're complaining that everyone's fat. So, I mean, everything foreigners ask for is the opposite to what they want. They don't even know what they want. They're self-damaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. To answer Dusty, yes, there were some black men that did defect, and I did say that. You had, for example, I believe Colonel Fagan, who then became a general within the army of the Philippine Army. I understand the truth, but it was not a lot. There was only a few of them who did defect. So I covered that. I was fair, Dusty, to be able to state that as well on my explanation. So here's the thing. We have to look at it as understanding and just understand the culture. But for people to be complaining about, oh, they're using the N-word in the Philippines, they're not using the N-word and what it used.
Right.
It's more, it's more of a, I mean, it's like, for example, like you hear some Filipinos sometimes will
It's an adjective.
Yeah, during the late 80s and early 90s.
The other thing is making observations doesn't make you racist. I was talking to a Filipina yesterday, and she said to me the reason they prefer black guys at the moment is because they give them more money. They're easier to manipulate. That's what she told me. Now, how's that racist? And it's coming from her. That's just an observation. Just because the person's black doesn't make it a racist comment.
In regards for that, I'm just saying it just in general that foreigners are doing it. If that's through her experience, right? So it's not racist. It's more of like that's through her light and her experience and what she sees. But coming to the fact is like I've been being a proponent right now, speaking to a lot of guys in the passport bro community. I'm going to their comment sections. I'm going to their lives and stuff like that, and telling them like, listen, like stop using this because you're just the next flavor. That's all that it is that's going on.
Yeah, well, that's been her observations. So yeah, exactly. That's what they're getting together and talking about, that the black guys, you can get more money out of them because they obviously they want the sex. And
channels.
Yeah.
That's her experience. I know a lot of guys.
Oh, I just think it's bringing numbers to the different channels.
Hold on, I gotta go, guys.
All right, thanks.
All right, see you later,
Mike. And just real quick.
Yeah, anyone listening to what I just said would think that's racist, but it wasn't me saying it. It's the Filipinos saying it.
Yeah, again, it's just here. It's just an adjective, and I know some of you say, "Oh, well, this is what I heard." Text World actually brings it up a lot. No, it's just an adjective, and again, nobody's taught any malice. Oh, you call him this. No, it's just an adjective. Again, the indigenous people, the fact that the indigenous people are called negritos tells you the word is normal. And again, in the comments, like, why is negros called that? Again, it's because there were a lot of indigenous people who had dark skin, and that's why it's called negros occidental, negros oriental, which is north and south. Also be aware, Text Roll, just so you know, I know he says, "Hey Mike, why don't you tell George?" He started whining about race. No, I'm not whining. I'm letting you guys know it existed and still exists. Mm-hmm. How many times do I bring the R card? Rarely. Only if you guys bring it up.
Just say something. Your friend George your friend is clicking the other two links. The main link you've put on there is to an old StreamYard. So you have to click the latest link down in the chat.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
You said there are two of them in here? What are they clicking? They're both two different ones that I
guess
the link, which is taking them to an old StreamYard.
Yeah. But either way, I don't cry about, racism in the US.
Yeah, you have to get the one at the top. It should be.
I'm just talking about realities. There's a difference between whining and realities. The reality is that it still exists. Yes. Did it get worse? Yes. Right. C-19 incident happened. It got worse against not just Filipinos, against all Asians.
You have to click, because it's a different link every live stream. So we pin the one to the top and the new ones.
It's not that they just use
the one that's pinned to the top, still going to the old one, Heidi.
Yeah.
That's to the old one?
Yeah, they use both. They use, again, blanco or puti for Caucasians and negro for dark skinned ones. Again, and it doesn't matter which country you're in. If you're from Africa or if you're from, they'll use that word because unless they know exactly where you're from. So, for example, if they see a Caucasian guy, if they know, the Australian guy.
Because
But
there's
if they
only one
don't,
active live
yeah,
that I've
but
been
if they
getting
don't
it
know
from.
where you're from, then they'll use the generic word, which is blanco or puti, you know, and vice versa.
Yeah, that's kind of weird
What?
because there's only one active live to give an actual. I'll do it again.
Travel Trend says, Go, what black guy gave life savings? I guess I missed that one.
I think he's just joking around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll put it in. I believe that.
Well, Text World, just
Okay,
so you,
yeah, the one pinned I unpinned.
just so you know, the Japanese occupation, not just the Philippines, because they went into China too.
Yeah, I'll
They're
pin
very
the third one
harsh
again.
and brutal during wartime. It's unimaginable. So, you know, it's just one of those things. But I mean, do we hate the Japanese? Do Chinese? Yeah, probably not, because they think they understand it was wartime. I understand they did things that they should never have done, but we understand it's wartime. Same thing with Spaniards when the Spanish colonized the Philippines. They did a lot of really horrible, horrible, brutal things to the Filipinos. But do we cry and whine about what they did to us?
See,
No,
George Almighty,
it's
what
history.
the comment I made really rattled the chat. Already they're taking it personal. I knew that would happen.
I wasn't joking. I was asking, name a black guy who gave up life savings like
yeah,
the
but
white men do.
Oh, that's the whole sentence?
That's the whole sentence. So I guess Travel Trend wants
Oh,
to
wait.
know.
I think he's talking about how these, for example, the other foreigners come here and then sacrifice everything, give it to the woman. That's what he's saying.
Right. Wasn't there just one recently that left because of it? A blogger? But he did. I don't think. I mean, I think it's happened to several.
Well,
guys.
I don't think it's
just down to
race related.
And look at Dusty's comment as well.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. That's what Bruce. That's why Drew brought up. Bruce Davis says, "I just tried your StreamYard link. It says show ended."
What time is it? Okay, try the new one I just pinned, but the previous one shouldn't. It's our live is still going. Like I said, I've copied that. I do it every live, guys, and I just went and doubled it again and put it in. It's repinned to the top there, Bruce. But the ones I've been putting in, I just checked. The one pinned would be a no, but the one in the stream, I couldn't even check the one that I unpinned. I just repinned. Yeah, we can see.
Oh,
there you go.
now we see you.
That's
yeah.
weird, yeah.
Now we
Go
see
ahead
you.
and-
Yes. Okay.
And when you think about it, it makes sense what the Filipino told me, because rewind just 5 years ago, there weren't that many black people coming. There were black people coming, but nowadays there's a lot of black people coming, which means they're inexperienced. So it does make sense what she said to me.
Right. Well, Text World, I'm not quite sure where you're getting at. George, my point is there's racism all around. Yes, I'm aware of that. But the reason why I said that, because Just Facts said it was during the 70s and 80s. And I was just letting people know, no, it still exists today, and it's worse because of C-19. That's why I said it. Otherwise, I would never mention it at all. That's not whining. That's me stating again, counterstating a
that, or
point.
there are other people putting out stuff
Right.
like the Black Filipino TV. He's going on about it right now in several of his
Correct.
videos, and he shows
We don't
black
do
men in
that.
the
And
photos.
again, that's not us whining. I'm just reacting to what you guys say. If you guys
I
gonna
believe
say
the new
right,
culture is
you know,
passport bros.
right.
That's
So
what
for
they
example,
call
if
it.
you say Jesus is Caucasian, nothing to do with religion, then I would say actually no. That not because I'm racist, it's because those are facts. But anyway, George,
Here's
my point
another
is
one. The Millionaire Morning Show brought one on. Said black men passport bros admit to going broke.
no, it's
and getting finessed out of their money.
it's
when they go to
not
the
it's not skin
Philippines.
related. No, again, everybody gets gypped You know,
Exactly, George.
everybody gets
That's
judged. It's
what
not
should be
race
explained,
related.
George.
No.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
saying, there's stuff that's out there. It doesn't mean that it really counts. People shouldn't count
Now,
whether they're black or white when they come
to
here.
answer your question, unfortunately, I do have a ready-made answer because it's not ready-made because these are facts. Do you have a ready-made excuse for incredibly freaking black face vids posted on Facebook and TikTok? First off, I can't answer. I don't have a blanket answer for you because it depends per video. However, when Filipinos make a blackface video, it's not because of African Americans. It's because it's our culture. Our culture, again, the indigenous people of the Philippines are dark skinned, and that's what they do.
Yep.
Especially during special events or fiestas and whatever, to show, to honor, not make fun of, to honor indigenous people. They emulate them, meaning they put the dark color to show, to honor the indigenous people. It's backwards. It's not because we have hate. It's not because we're attacking. It's not because we're discriminating. We're actually
I'm
honoring
trying to figure out,
the
this is going
indigenous
to offend
people.
everybody. Why does everybody get so offended?
Actually, there was this
Because
case
because when you mention topics of race, people, because they're grown up in Western to be really like tiptoey about race.
People haven't been taught right. That's what it is. People haven't been taught right. You should like people for who they are, period. If you
Right, that's what I'm saying. And people used to be able to say things, and now the culture has gotten so sensitive.
No, you're right. What you said was correct.
Telling George how
I don't get it.
I was actually in a segregated school in Ohio. So I grew up in the 70s where they used to bus us to the other side of town, and they used to take the black kids and bus them over to the other areas of town, the other white side of town. It was crazy. And I'm like, and I don't know what they thought they were going to like get out of it. I mean, it didn't matter. I was just happy to be in school. And so were the other kids. I don't know. They were trying to integrate, but a lot of things like that happened back in the 70s. And I don't know. We've moved beyond that, and it's very.
Yeah, and again,
I just think people are people, as we've always said. I know it's a sensitive topic, and
that's why when a Filipina says to me that black man, I understand she's just talking about that person. But for a foreigner, they're like, "Oh, she's talking about a black man."
It's sensitive to certain people who don't educate themselves. And for example,
all colors.
Right. And you can't be mad because they're not following your culture. Again, in our culture, the Ati-Atihan festival, that's when they do the blackface you're talking about. Ati-Atihan festival is when they darken their skins and parade themselves in the street. That again, it's actually honoring the ancestors. It's backwards, right? It's not because they're racist. It's
okay. So
honoring
I had a
our
thing,
origin.
George, a couple years ago. I tried a dating site, and I swear on this lady had messaged me. This Asian woman. She was part Japanese, and she had a little bit of Chinese in her. And she said, "You know what? I like white guys." And when I read her thing, she says, "I do not want to taste the like of black tea." And I'm going, so I asked her about that. She says, "Well, I don't like black men." And I'm going, you said black tea. You didn't say black men. Like, what is this about, right? And that's what she told me. And so I ended up telling her, I said, "Do not message me again." I seriously, I blocked her.
But here's the thing, Bruce. Here's the thing. I'm okay with what she said, and I'll tell you why. Right? Hear me out. I'll tell you why. I've met a lot of black men that say they don't like black women and they prefer white women. A lot. So explain that one.
They're like white women, I know. I don't know. It's what we all like. George and Heidi like each other. Why did George and Heidi like each other?
You know what I don't like? What race I don't like, Go-Go? I don't like purple guys.
Oh. You know
Sesame
what? I was gonna
Street.
spray paint
I'm
myself
pink.
purple.
I like pink.
What about blue? I was thinking about maybe spray painting myself blue and going to the Philippines. Do you think I would get
You
picked
are
up?
blue. You're wearing blue.
Blue Man Group. Love that show.
Yeah.
Best show I've ever seen.
But I will stand by what I said for that guy in the chat that's being rattled. The black guys are simping more because there's more of you guys coming from all that past bro stuff. So you're not as
What did he say
educated
about?
as the others.
Is you talking about like Dusty Bryant? He can
Oh,
come
yeah,
on
Dusty
and
Bryant,
join.
you're gonna run out of money, man, having all them girls, man.
It's just like
the house.
it's just like the Koreans. Everyone's always calling out the Koreans for throwing the most cash down.
That's true.
You want to
That's
call
true.
me out for being racist about that comment too?
That's true,
Right.
because then that's what you actually hear.
333.
Which is actually true.
What's racist? What's racist about this, Dusty? And now that you're still in the chat, you were mentioning something earlier about, I think it was that, what was it, the girl that what was George, the lady, was that the wife or girlfriend or?
That was the girlfriend.
That's the
Yeah.
girlfriend. That's
Yeah,
So-
that's
Josiah
his
said.
latest relationship.
Of a year and a
so
half.
the latest
yes.
relationship.
Yeah.
So like, you don't want to be judged as a black person, and I wouldn't judge you because I've been taught better than that. But you said something about her, like in a judgmental, like you judged her for something, like she's not innocent about all this because she's with this guy. Like that. I mean, that's right there. That just seemed like
It is.
kind of, it just seemed like kind of just wrong. I don't think you would want somebody to say anything like, hey, look, you're black, and you know, say something that's horrible about you from your past or something. If you had a past, I don't know, and I don't care. But that's what's wrong with this world, is everybody keeps judging and saying these dumb comments. And I'm not saying what you said is dumb, but there's people out there saying dumb comments. And it absolutely makes no damn sense.
Right.
To me,
And
you have no right to judge her, just as well as nobody should be judging you.
right. Now that's the
If you really think that this conversation's racist, Dusty, there's the link. Join the panel.
this is
Don't be a
actually,
little weasel in the chat.
yeah, this is actually the reverse, Dusty. This is anti, because
Because
we're explaining to everybody, just so you guys know, this is the culture. This is no malice. Racism is when you throw in malice in it. That's the difference.
it says, and I'm going to read the racism definition: prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism. How do you say
Antagonism,
that?
yes.
Antagonism. I always get
Isn't that what he did
by
to
an
her when he said
individual,
that?
community, institution against a person or a person on the basis of their membership and a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't seem to be where the
Look at that racist comment. Because there's not another black guy on the panel, he won't come up. Look at his comment. That's racism right there.
Correct.
Would
It is.
Would
It
we
is.
call that
And-
racist? Because I'm the only white guy up here.
Oh.
I hope you know that. Well, I'm not the only.
I
me
think
and Heidi
Gogo's
are white,
pretty
I should
white
say.
too.
Heidi's
He's Caucasian.
white. I'm white.
He's Caucasian.
I apologize. But
now,
what's wrong?
here's
with
the
that?
thing.
It's
The way to describe it, how Filipinos behave. When it,
yeah, there just is
when-
no racism. Here.
okay, let's be very concrete, and this is an absurd example, but it happens, and it happens in real life because I've seen it with my own two eyes. When a Caucasian couple have a Caucasian child, a baby, and then just turning into a toddler and starts to speak, they usually say that black man, you know what I'm saying? And then the parents are like, no, you don't say that. But here's the thing. That's the description or adjective that child did. Now, did that make the child racist? No, because that's in their translation, that's how to describe that person. That's the same way with Filipinos. They use those words because that's their description. No malice whatsoever. In fact, one of our famous actors, they call him Redford White. Why? Because he's albino. and he looks Caucasian. So what do they call him? Redford White. Did he take offense to it? No, because that's the description. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than a child describing something or somebody, and in their translation in their head, well, if they see probably like a Colombian or something, or Mexican, whatever, they'll probably say brown man. You know what I'm saying? Not because they're racist, it's because it's an adjective in their head. And then it's up to the parents to guide them. However, be aware, again, in the Philippines, trust me, Filipinos are, they're, what the? They're both open and they're both inhibited, uninhibited at the same time.
Sorry, that was me. I'm just testing the link.
Oh, okay, thanks. I was wondering about that. So again, they have no problem saying, again, if you're African American, then they don't say it like Americans do. They say negro, negro, not the same pronunciation, because that's the Spanish word for that again. And again, I'm not joking. Crayola used to have the word negro on their black crayons because that's what it used. I mean, back then they didn't play the R card. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying fact. But they removed it. I don't remember when they
Hey,
removed it.
Dallas said it correctly. Color is something you learn from home or at school among your friends.
Correct.
Yeah.
That
And
type.
I think
Right.
it's an it's more of an education thing. And I can see if it came to the point of jobs or getting a house, that's when it all should come into play. When, say
Right.
this color man or a
When they
Hispanic man
segregate you.
or right from getting a position, all that. And that's really what that came down to.
See, look at this. Dusty says now you're off topic. You see, he wants to fight. You see? Really, inside his little mind, he wants to fight. He wants to play the race card.
Well, he was he
No,
was
I'm not
still
off topic. It's still in
Dusty
the
did
topic.
that earlier, right? But Dusty, when we had the woman up and we were all upset and crying and upset, he wanted to say that she, basically was no angel or something. And
Yeah,
so
well, I mean,
he's just
I'm
trying.
sure everybody in this chat is not an angel. All right. I'm sure everybody's got some kind of past they're not proud
Yep,
of.
I know I do.
I mean, you don't want to be judged and you don't want people to be racist because you're black. Okay. Then people need to start waking up and they need to start talking with one another and people that are black and get their feelings. Because I got a lot of black friends and they have never once ever in my life ever acted the way you're acting, Dusty. And it's nothing against you, man. But you coming in here saying about this woman was just, I mean, that's just stupid. Let's be honest. That was just a dumb comment. That is what people do. That's what trolls go out and do, say stuff like that.
Yep.
Because she lost somebody. But it seems
And
like
also,
nobody cares
let me
about
respond to that other comment, Bruce. He doesn't have to come on camera. He can use his avatar. He's welcome to do so. The link's working. I just checked Heidi's
same
link.
as Gogo's voice. That is fine with us. I actually know Gogo's real voice and we know Gogo. So I don't have a problem with that also. But everybody, we were going to keep it where people had to show their faces and everything, but some people have the right to also not put their voices for different reasons. We've actually talked, I'm sorry if Gogo has something to put in, which Gogo does put in on the show. It's the same as people like complaining about Mike being on here all the time. But yet we on average has 60 to 80 people on average the last couple of years in our room, but only so many of them. We just started doing this, having people on and everything, a few months now. But it's them that actually come on here and it's the others that sit in the background and like,
Exactly, Heidi. In my experience, they don't add content. They don't give content. They just leave the show to die out. And they're in the chat and they never come up. They never support it. So click the link.
Yeah. So no, I kind of agree because like I told George, we would have this channel, all the same. People come in, they come out, they stay, they go. It's just part of the cycle and everything. So and they jump around from channel to channel, chat to chat, the topics, everything else. So it just actually depends. And believe me, we follow them 10, 20 channels that everybody else does. And it's
Right.
okay whether they join or they don't join. They just want to Google, Google, like when me and George have had our fights in the back on air, it's like, they want to watch when there's super drama going on. But the same when the other ones start covering, like Andy Omar or Philly in the Philippines start doing regular life, a lot of their views drop. And, it's just the way it is. And it's like, you're just waiting for the drama.
Yeah, now
Human
for those of you
behavior, very
wondering,
predictable.
yeah, and how it arrived to this
Hey, Barry.
topic, it's because of, again, for it started with the AFAM remark, and then of course then it goes to if Filipinos are racist, because again it involves an AFAM crime. So that's how it shifted to this topic.
Ruby, we're going to leave that on there. I get your point. She keeps repeating, and she repeated this in a few other lives. She actually said a 1% chance in a further up comment, but now she's saying tell Gogo to join the chat. Yeah, she just said it after we just said it. We just said it, Ruby. She's actually saying tell Gogo to join the chat, but not with the voice changer. And
Well, in all fairness, again, I
is it anonymity?
Anonymity. Yeah,
Yeah.
anonymity. Now, in all fairness, first off, again, there's nothing wrong with Gogo's voice, and again, actually, I would prefer to hear Gogo's voice because there's nothing wrong with it, and but that's his freedom because you never hear me say that until now. But like I said, I'm just letting you guys know there's nothing wrong with Gogo. There's nothing wrong with his voice.
Right.
But it's his choice. It's his
George.
choice to speak up. In fact, speaking of speaking up, we have a new guest here. First time on the show. Guys, welcome Dusty Bryant.
Hey, Dusty.
What's
Good
up,
evening.
Dusty? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Good evening.
Welcome, Dusty.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, what's up? No, I just find it kind of funny that Gojo or Gogo was giving us a story about
It's Gogo.
Gogo
Gogo,
was
he's
telling us
fine.
a story about what a Filipina told him about black people. I'm just like, dude, that's really inappropriate. Unless she's here saying that exact same story that you're saying, how is it relevant to the conversation? That's all I'm saying. And that's all I said. I never
You're
said
saying
anything.
that when I mentioned it,
Yeah,
it wasn't relevant to the conversation. Is that your statement?
my statement is, why in the hell would you bring up what a Filipina told you about black guys in a derogatory manner when I could tell you that there's nothing but white guys. Hold on. There's nothing but white
Hang
guys
on.
that laugh at Tulsa.
You just said derogatory
fucking
manner.
serious?
I never did such a thing.
You basically told everybody black guys are simps because they're giving all their money to Filipinas. Like, dude,
I said that's what she said, yes.
Oh my god. Are you done?
So what's your problem with that?
I'm just saying, unless she's there saying it, I don't believe you. You're a coward. You're lying. That's all I'm saying.
Well, first of all, I'm not lying. Why would I come out with that?
You threw into the conversation, and then you're trying to play victim. Like, dude.
I'm not trying to play victim. I just admitted to it.
Now you're saying black guys are racist because
saying.
people are sensitive and shit. Dude, we're just calling you out for your bullshit. That's it. That's it. Sorry.
Well,
it is what it is.
Well, that was said. That's what she said. And to be quite honest with you, I believe her.
Dude,
I believe her, and I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why. I don't believe the story for the simple fact that I'm not up here.
Are you going to talk over me?
I'm not up here trying to degrade Filipino people. I'm not like Sunshine Shoulders, who talks about Filipino people's penises all the goddamn time. I'm not talking about white guys, but you find it necessary to talk about black guys specifically. That's all I'm saying.
I'm happy to debate with you, but one at a time. So you go, then let me go.
I'm through with this conversation.
Real quick, Mike Ross further said, black guys are new to the Philippines. Talking about Gogo said that thus they're less experienced. So that was a comment thrown out by Mike Ross.
Yes.
So what was your motivation for the story? That's all I need to know. Like, what's your point for the story? Like, okay.
Well, I believe what she said to be true. Because a lot of you are coming now and call yourself passport bros.
A lot
So
of
you're
guys.
not as
Okay,
experienced.
first of all, black people are not a monolith. Not all black men are passport bros. Some black men have condos like I do in Quezon City. Like you're throwing all black men in a one big ass lump, man, and that's just kind of offensive, dude. Like that's like me saying all Aussies have little dicks. Like, dude, come on, dude. Seriously.
Well, that's not true, is it?
Oh,
So you're
well,
lying,
okay,
whereas
then,
what I'm
well,
saying is the
okay,
truth.
well, then you're
People
lying
actually say
about what the Filipinos said about you. Then
Passport.
There's no
Joes
reason for
and
me to
bros.
lie
They
about
just
that.
look for guys that travel. In general, what I've been hearing all the way around, they talk about now passport Joes, passport bros, that they're guys that are traveling outside the country to actually like do dating and travel through Asia, sometimes looking for girlfriends or wives, or just traveling. It depends on, like, I've even seen news trying to cover something on the side. And to me, yeah, that does kind of group people all in one bunch. So,
How many
I'm just
times have I said
not
I would
all
never
of
do
them the
I'm
that?
just
same.
calling him out for trying to lump us all together. I'm not a
Well,
passport bro.
if you actually let me
I
talk and
understand
listen
that.
to what
No,
I'm saying,
Yeah,
which you
like,
won't do because
go
you know
ahead.
you will
Go ahead.
lose if you let me talk.
This is not a battle. This is not like some kind of fight between me and you. I'm just saying that, dude, you're lumping all black men in the same lump, just like me trying to lump all Australians in the same bag. Dude, it doesn't work.
for all Western women in one group.
Well, all Western women are all poor, provincial,
Right.
That's because you're not
Filipinos.
listening. Because
Everybody's
you're
an
emotional.
individual. I
You're
said
acting
that
like a
earlier.
girl right now. You're being emotional.
And now
If anyone lets me explain, I'll
you're
explain.
calling names. I'm acting like a little girl because I called you your bullshit.
Yes, you are, because you won't let me explain.
And I'm the girl. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
You're
You're
gonna give
the
me the
coward.
floor and not interrupt.
You're the coward for using a fake voice and a fake picture. But I'm the little girl because I'm emotional.
Now who's off topic?
Okay,
I
now
just did the same thing that you did to me. You called me a little girl. I called you a coward. You can't
Okay,
leave
you're
the
gonna let me speak?
that's your cue, Gogo.
Interrupt me and I'll explain. There are more black people coming to the Philippines now, thanks to the passport bros. That's just a fact. Were black people coming here before to the Philippines? Yes, of course they were. Right? Now, that means these people are inexperienced. Okay? So I'm saying what that girl said to me made sense. And then you got all butthurt over that.
I'm not butthurt. I'm just calling you out for lumping all black men in one bag. That's it. You're the one calling people names. Butthurt, little girl. I can say
Did you
something.
just hear one thing I just said?
I just
Obviously
heard
not.
what you said. Goddamn, dude. I just heard what you just said. All I said was you need to quit lumping all these black men in one bag. Period. And from now on, let the Filipina tell us what she thinks about black men. Not you, I really don't know you. Heidi knows you, but we don't know you. Your audience doesn't know you. You could be
There's really no reason for you to take offense over what I said.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you for your time, Heidi and George. It's been a good.
Thank you so much, Dusty. Again, you're welcome here again.
Thank you, Dusty.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yeah, Dusty, thanks for coming up, man.
I'm not trying to be. So I'm just saying we just need to quit lumping each other in one bag.
You know what, Dusty? I've been saying that for a long time, man. I get attacked for saying that. People are always threatening me over. Well, we're never going to be the same. You know, you're a white guy. Like, okay, so what? Like, we're never going to get anywhere in this world if we
hang on.
No, just a second, Gogo. You have sat here and talked. Now let me talk for a second. All right, I'll let you talk. We got to stop lumping each other, and we got to start communicating with one another. All right. Period. That's it. That's all I got.
Pretty cool.
I am lumping. That's the point of that comment, right? Understand? That's the point. I am lumping all together. If you listen carefully to what I said,
Okay, well, get
You would
off your
see
voice
that
changer
I
and use
am
your
doing that.
voice. Get off your voice changer and use your voice for these people since they keep complaining about it. Can you
Repeat,
do
I
that?
tell you what,
Can you
Bruce,
do that?
repeat what I
don't care.
said. Repeat my statement. Repeat my
You
statement
just
that I
said you
said.
lumped everybody. You lumped everybody, but
No,
people
my
aren't gonna take
statement
you
that I made
serious
before.
unless
Repeat
they know
it.
you.
Repeat it. The statement that I made,
No,
I want you
you
to
don't lump
repeat it.
everybody. You said you lumped everybody. That's what you said.
Bruce, the statement that I made, which was 100% accurate, I want you to repeat it.
No, I'm not going to sit here and keep repeating it like a little kid.
Because you weren't listening.
No,
I
I
said
was listening.
there's more black people coming to the Philippines now than there was previously. That's what I said. Right? So yes, I am lumping everybody together. And I stand by my comment. Because it's accurate.
John McKenna. I'm sorry. What did that say?
Okay.
John McKenna said, I'm sorry, I'm an Aussie guy, but it seems white American people look down on black American men. Now that's a statement. I'm a white American and I don't.
Yep, I'm white
I
American too.
got nieces and
See? I
nephews
don't either.
that are actually
Well,
Not at all.
okay. Now here's the thing.
of color.
I'm not. First off, again, I'm really not racist. I've dated all racists, whatever, and been with. But anyway,
I mean,
point.
went to Mifflin High.
But
It was
here's the thing.
96% blacks. I mean, I wouldn't say that's what we do.
Right, but here's the
So
thing.
that's kind of a.
That's what the media tends to show, and what I'm saying
But
is,
it's not my experience.
right, because you live in America, and you actually are there and live
Australia.
there. But most foreigners, and I say most foreigners, not all foreigners, only know of America what they see. And unfortunately, most of American media is negative. And they say, they have all this, oh, well, they, your BLM movement, whether you're for or not. Point being is you put up a big flag that states like, hey, Americans are racist. I'm saying that's what the media shows. And it's not necessarily reality, but for the most part, that's what the media shows. And again, you have all these TikToks and everything. Oh, blackface this, blackface that. And again, nothing to do. I'm not judging anybody, but just remember. But I'm just letting you
It's
know.
just what people see. Like when I went
Right,
to the
it's what
Middle
people
East,
see in social media.
was the
Correct.
But there's
same when I
also
went to the
like
Middle
boots on the ground. Like when I'm flying between Cebu and Manila, there's a lot of black people now. I didn't see any. I would see like one, maybe in 1,000, like 5 years ago. But now there's heaps of them. So
Okay, well, let me
explain
ask
that.
you a question, Gogo, because like I said, I'm just going to ask questions like I'm a reporter situation. Do you feel that it's because the other channels, like Sunshine's, the Black
Absolutely, yes.
Filipino, and some
Yes,
of those others put
100%.
out channels?
Yes.
Who's the guy here in town, Angel City, that puts out the one that Sunshine and him have beef with? Oh, I can't think of the guy right now, but there's one here in Angeles City, and I can't think of his name right now. But that's
Oh,
what
what's his
he
name?
does.
Lechon. Tom Young.
Tom
Lechon.
Young Lechon
Yeah.
or something.
Yep,
He
him
does the
too,
same
which I don't.
broadcast. He
I
puts the
don't agree with his
Filipinos on,
behavior,
and
but
he
yeah.
kind of talks with them. Okay. Do you feel that that's the reason? And if you feel you're seeing more here in the Philippines, because I can't vouch for that because I came during the pandemic. George is probably used to seeing him like here in the Angel City area because during the years that he was here, it's still when the military base was open.
I was going to get to that. As far as African American descent that I've seen when I was here before I left, I've probably only seen, I would say, in my lifetime before I went to the U.S., I would say 2 African Americans.
Is it military?
Yes, they're military.
All right, so now people are traveling.
But now,
because everybody has a different definition of passport brothers, because they even call them passport Joes now. They're guys that are just traveling overseas looking for better women. I don't think it means they're like hitting all the bar girls and all that, but then others say that's what they are. So it depends on what channels and what social media and what definitions are put out there on passport brothers. I think we heard what's his name that we interviewed that just called passport brothers. His definition Everybody's definition is different, where they call passport brothers, that they're just guys that are traveling overseas that are black. And that was what's his name that we
that's what I was saying. Before I left for the US, I would say I saw 2 African Americans from the service. Now, I would say, hate to say this, and I'm not judging again or nothing. I've only seen 2 African Americans, period. However, I have probably seen at least a dozen Africans.
Okay, so is
See
it
the
the
difference?
media? Is it the media? Go.
But I can see the difference between African Americans and Nigerians. You know what I'm saying?
So do you feel it's
But a
the
lot of people
media?
can't tell the difference.
Yeah, and for me,
I think it's Heidi. I think it's this whole passport bro phenomena that's sort of kicked off, and now they're all coming over. I think that's what it is.
Well, I think it's the same as the Americans.
And I don't think
others
it's just
from around the
YouTube.
world. Bad people are bad. Some represent different, like, you know, like what's put in there. You got Mark Thornton that's fighting. It's a bad representation for the rest of us, or the bad women in America that do certain things, or where you have the Filipinas that do something wrong. But yes, it does not group everybody in a section. Because I see a bunch
it
that
does, Heidi, it does.
brothers in Thailand, where you'll see certain groups that are just way off the charts mistreating women. And I've seen the channels. And excuse me. And I seen one, me and George seen it. Our mouth was like wide open. The guy was talking about forcing a pill down her throat to get rid of a child. He wasn't even going to deal with it. Yeah, that's how bad it got. And he was like totally ranting about how bad the women were there, and he was going to do who he wanted to do when he wanted to do it, and he had the money to do it. And I'm like, and he was calling himself a passport brother. And I'm like, whoa, you know, so it might be situations. You can't group everybody into that, because like I said, people are people. We've said that on the channel forever. It doesn't matter the skin color, what their jobs are, you know. It's just like they think that, you know, so it kind of goes in there. But I will say there are several channels that really promote it heavily. Okay. And then you get now the Filipinas, because it's numbers for them. They'll talk about, you know, I interviewed a passport brother, or I did this, and some of them don't even know what the whole story is, or why, like, the phenomenon actually got going and everything. So yeah. So,
When I picked up a family, I'll say this: I picked up a family from the airport, and as soon as I picked him up, the little kid, he says to me, "Oh, there's so many black people," and I'm like, "What?" Because there is. There's more black people coming to the Philippines now than ever before.
Hey,
that's just a fact. That's not a racist comment. That's a fact.
Okay, so I just wanted to say hello to Dave. I just want to say that myself, I don't care what people do. Whatever their business is that they're doing, it's none of mine. And whatever they're showing on YouTube, you know, if you don't like it, you don't watch it. Simple as that. I don't care, man. Yep. Heidi's right. You can't lump, and this is where we'll disagree, Go, period. You can't lump, man. That's what America is doing here to the black people.
I disagree with that, and I'll explain when you're done.
It's wrong, period. That's my opinion.
I disagree with that, and I'll explain when you're done.
Okay, I'm done. Sorry, Heidi. Sorry, George, but...
Okay, so I'll quickly address, and then we'll see.
People need to stay out of people's business is probably the best thing.
Because the influx is new, they're less experienced. Therefore, yes, they're more like simps. And I gave the example of the Koreans, didn't I? So it is true what I said, because you got someone that's new to something, they're not yet experienced. Now, I'm talking about the majority, which are now coming over. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, I stand by that statement. Yeah, I do.
Hey, Mr. Webb, how you doing today?
Hey,
I'm doing good, George. How you doing? Heidi, how you doing? Thank you for having me here. And I'm just going to make this short and brief, and I'm going to be out of here. Had to calm down from this whole BS that's going on back and forth between Go-Go and God knows who else, you know. And I stand with Dusty here, you know. Go-Go, I'm going to address this to you and you only, okay? So you can let me speak, and after that, I'm out. Understand? So I was born out there. My mother's Filipino. My daddy's black. You do not know what it was like in the early 70s and the early 80s pre-internet, okay? People like myself who are black and Filipino were looked at as dirt and treated like shit, even though we came from an affluent background. You want to know what it's like out there right now? After the internet, go to Olongapo City, go to Angela City. You see a lot of black and Filipino Amer Asians out there still treated like shit. You understand what I'm saying? Now, that being said, do not lump us all into that category. I go out there for family purposes only. My mother and father, they are living out there, living the retired life, their golden years, to the best of their abilities out there. They're living like kings out there. I'm not going to go into how much money they're collecting out there, but trust me, they are living really well out there. So for you to lump every black people out there into this pot that you concocted out there, wrong, and wrong. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, but you're wrong, because that's the minority, not the new ones that are coming in.
Okay, so school me on what you're trying
this passport, bro, this new phenomenon going viral everywhere, not just on YouTube, by the way, has brought a lot into the country. And the comment that the Filipino made to me was pretty much that they're Sims. And I agree with her because they're new. There's a lot more coming in.
Right, but it's just not, you can't lump it. That I'm going to jump in real quick because I think that's what David's trying to say and our last guest was trying to say, is that it's also, and this is what I was to understand from the beginning, is it's an Urban Dictionary definition of a passport bro are men who prefer dating foreign women in other countries. It doesn't mention race. So we have just as many of every type, men and women, that come here to date foreigners for whichever reasons. But somehow color and race and all of this, including what type of men or where they're from, are all getting lumped into one section. So
and I can't,
as I understand, color didn't even have anything to do with it.
I'm sorry, Heidi, to interject here, man, but I can't speak for black people going to other countries and dating other women from other countries there. I can't speak for that. I can only speak for myself there, Go-Go.
Right.
If I meet a young lady out there, fine. Well, not young, but, you know, hell, I'm 55.
Correct.
Dating somebody in their 20s is kind of creepy to me, and I'm going to stick to that and that alone. But
what did you just say?
I'm sorry?
As long as they're of legal age, how's that creepy?
I'm still, you know, if I'm dating somebody that's in their 20s, hell, I'm old enough to be their grandfather or their father.
It's still legal.
I don't care if it's legal or not. That's me. I live
well,
by
look at Heidi and George. They got aged on them. I'm
not Heidi and George. I am not Heidi and George. I am Dave.
So you look at others differently with a large age gap. Wow.
Go-Go, I am Dave. I live by a moral code. And I'm not going to break that moral code for anybody.
Well, I think if they love each other, that's more important than the age, as long as that's legal.
That is them. Okay? And I'm not going to knock them for being them.
Hey, Dave, I live by the same thing, man.
But you sit there and judge others.
No,
I don't judge others.
He's not judging nobody.
I'm not judging anybody. I'm not judging anybody there.
How he feels. That's his opinion.
This is my moral code here, and I don't break that for anybody or anyone.
I'm 44 years old. I don't want a 20-year-old. A 20-year-old is still a kid.
Yes.
I disagree with that. 18-year-old is an adult.
You can disagree all you want, but this is my stance on that. This is how I was raised. This is how I was raised. This is how I think. This is how I see things. I've been in the military.
Well, maybe you need to change the way you see things, because that would be an automatic judgment when you're out and about.
And who's going to change me? Are you going to change me?
You got to change yourself.
Well, like I said, I don't change my moral stance for anything or anyone. I stand pat on what I say.
Hey, we have Dusty back.
Yeah, well, so did Hitler. It doesn't mean that Hitler was right.
You got to respect, man.
You gotta respect. I don't care about Hitler. Morals, I'm talking about me here. You know, Hitler's a piece of shit to me.
Morals, man.
I don't think Gogo realizes that the mentality level of most Filipino women is probably 2 to 4 years behind a Western woman's mentality. Like when she's 26, she's thinking like an 18 or 22-year-old most times. So I just find it kind of creepy for a man like me who's 46.
Now he's lumping everyone into one basket.
No, it's just kind of creepy for a man who's 46 dating an 18-year-old when I kind of agree with the brother, but I don't know, to each his own, I guess.
Well, the majority of the foreigners are in large age gap relationships. The majority.
Again, Gogo, that is them. This is me, and I stand pat to my moral beliefs here. I'm not going to date somebody that's 18, 19, 20, 21, or whatever it is, you know. That is my moral beliefs here, and I stand pat to that. Because I have friends, I have close friends, I have lifelong friends that have daughters that are in their 20s, that are in their teens. And I look at them as my nieces, as my own daughters. And I can't even do it and some of them I'm the godfather to them.
Yeah,
I can't do that, and I will not do that.
I just find it weird kissing my daughter, my daughter's age. It's just
so for you to go ahead and do that, you know, like sliding a family stone, different strokes for different folks.
Right. And again, to clarify, be aware that, remember, most of it is based on your personal belief system. And what I'm saying is, for example, what's legal, but what's legal, right? It doesn't mean it's right. As a perfect example, during Halloween, there's people who leave bowls of candy for everybody to take 1 or 2 pieces. And there are kids that just take that whole bowl and empty it out. Is that legal? Actually, it is. Is it right? No, it's not. So
there it is.
Again, it doesn't mean that it's legal, that it's right.
Heidi and George, can I ask you guys a quick question?
Sure.
You guys are pretty plugged into the Filipino community. So when you guys see a large age gap relationship in the Philippines and other Filipinos see it, what do they truly believe? That she's trying to escape poverty, or she really loves this guy, or, you know, what do they really think?
It depends on it depends, but for the most part, I hate to say it leans towards the money thing.
Right. It tends to be that. And as a matter of fact, we've mentioned this on a couple of the lives that George, me and him, there's only a 3-year age difference, but I feel that I've aged pretty rough. So I think they see me as 60 or something, at least 10 years older.
No, we only have 3 years.
George.
We only have 3 years difference.
But I know that besides I'm tall, I'm like 6 foot plus, I'm plus size. I thought that's why they were staring. And then we realized from people that we think they're staring because
they think I'm with Heidi for the money. For example, when
we've been called out,
when my family bought me the car,
so they think the roles
Heidi
are reversed
for me.
In your situation, they think the roles are reversed.
Right. They think I'm older and that I pay for everything, and I'm getting a Social Security check. He does a social media company, helps YouTubers.
So they think I'm with Heidi for the money, which I am.
You better get off. What you talking about? You get off me. No, it's kind of weird, but you know what? It didn't hit me to about 6 months ago. I'm like, wait a minute, until we start getting some emails on off, and I just kind of ignored them. And so recently somebody said that it was my family that paid for the car that we got at Christmas time, and that I'm sending money to George's family. And it's like, I just come from, my mom was getting government cheese when we were kids. I am not.
But can I say something about this? It's more cheese, miss, than anything, Dusty. Let me explain why. there's a lot of Filipinos in age gap relationships, and also a lot of Filipinos' mistresses are 15 to 20 years younger than they are. So it's not just a foreigner thing.
No, this is true. This is true. Again,
I don't think it's as many as people think there is. Like when we go to the malls and events, I probably see 1 or 2 at a time.
Yeah, I
So
would
it's not
agree.
as big of a, you know, there's
Sorry
it's
about
not
that.
just Americans. We see Asians,
Yeah,
older Asians with younger Filipinos.
Yeah.
but you don't
So
see it. It's not normalized like these vloggers will make you seem like, though. It's
Right. It just
a rare
seems
thing.
like there's a lot of them. Right. So most of the foreign, you know, the Filipino and like foreign couples, they all happen to have YouTube channels now. So when George came back to the country and I came in to the Philippines, and it's been 3 years, there were only so many vlogging couples here. Okay, so it exploded when people in the country reopened. And so I would say probably 8 out of 10 of them have a channel. And so they're showing people how to come here and everything else. So it seems like a majority. I'm going to probably say what, under 5% or actually 3%. We talked about what the percentage was of the age gap relationships. It's not as high as it actually it seems. It just really isn't.
I've
Can I
seen it
jump
all.
in real
Trust
quick?
me. I've seen it all.
Can I
Yeah,
jump
go
in
ahead.
for a second? I just want to say, Mr. Webb, thank you for your service. I agree with what you said about the age gap thing. You know what? People need to start respecting each other, their morals and anything. All right. My dad told me always to treat a woman good. It don't matter if they hit you or slap you, whatever. Treat them good. Always respect them. Okay. I do not want to go out with a girl 18 years old. That could be my little sister. All right. I don't care how old anybody is. And you're flying the family stone thing. That was perfect. So thank you, Heidi and George. And thank you, sir. And Dusty, you too, brother. Go. Take care, man.
Bruce, wait. Bruce,
No,
have you lived in, take it easy, have you lived in the Philippines and been associated with a family in an age gap relationship in close proximity?
I lived with some friends of mine in the Philippines, yes, for a while. And
so you can see.
I did see, yes.
Right.
But
a normal family and a normal relationship, yes?
Listen, that's their family that wanted to give their daughter, but that's
slow down. You get where I'm going with this, so you know you're wrong.
I understand where you're coming from, but I don't agree with that. I've said this since 2015. I don't agree with it. It is not my thing. It is not my morals to go date an 18-year-old. I don't care what other people are doing. Like Mr. Webb said, it's about him. It's about me. It's about Dusty. It's about your choice of how you are.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is there's no healthy relationships in age gap relationships. And you admitted to seeing that yourself.
I've seen it, but I don't agree with it.
I think we've all seen it.
Well, I mean, what does that have to do with it? I don't agree with it.
So
look, if you got a guy that doesn't love the girl and he's just using her, all right, you got some merit there. I give you and Webb that. But if you got a guy and it's genuine enough and they got a healthy relationship and a healthy family, I don't see how that's an issue.
Well,
so Gogo, if you're
I don't want a kid.
No,
so
it's
Gogo,
not
Gogo, if your best friend jumps off a bridge, the highest bridge off the planet, from this planet, you're gonna jump off with him or her? I don't know what you are because there's this voice changer here. So,
well, I don't see how that's a good example.
Well, because you're trying to change our thoughts about dating or being in a relationship with a younger Filipino.
Right, well, Webb, I'm just saying that a lot of these relationships
No,
are
you're
good.
trying to change it. You're trying to change it.
Well, okay,
I'm
now
speaking
go.
the truth. Go ahead, Joe.
Right. Because you just made a statement, like, how does that relate to it? It doesn't. You're right. Your voice changer doesn't relate to anything. However, the psychology is simple. If you talk to a person and they wear a full mask, you distrust that person. Okay. Now I get it. It's an anonymity. Again, I respect that. I'm not trying to attack you right now. I'm just telling you how outsiders see you. Now, let's say a lot of people are wearing masks now. Actually, it's normal now.
Mm.
But now you have a voice changer that makes you talk like, hello, Dr.
That's a good
Ray.
analogy.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, Bruce, I am your father. My point is, now you have a voice changer added. Again, I'm not attacking you. But now what do you think the trust level of people around you with you?
I didn't trust
Their
Darth Vader
trust
then, and I
level
don't
lowers
trust him
because
now.
one, if you have a mask, they're like, there's already
Right,
it's built in
right,
us.
Bruce?
If you're hiding your face, you don't trust that person. It's built in all humans. Now, so they're distancing themselves already. Next, you add in a voice changer. And again, it's built within us. Oh, now he's hiding his voice. Even more, they push away. So I'm not attacking you by any means. However, your authority kind of lowers because people distrust you already before you even say anything, or rather, the first word that comes out of your mouth. I am your father.
No, Daddy.
Oh, I am your daddy.
Can I call you Daddy now? I do that to George when we go out, like at the mall. I'm like, can I buy that, Daddy? Do the baby May thing just to get him to respond.
Yes, I love those cinnamon rolls in your head. Yes, yes. Oh, sorry. Anyways,
Oh, who's
Thank you
down
for your
there?
time, Heidi
and
and
again,
George.
Gogo, I'm not attacking, but I'm just letting you know.
Babe, who came in?
People have again a simple, apprehension when you talk to them, not because of you in particular,
Ooh,
but
very good one.
it's
William
normal
Somerset.
psychology.
It's impressive. It's impressive to see a man feeding off of his emotions. 7.
Oh, hey,
That's
Big
one of
Papa. Hey,
That's
Alex.
one of my. Hey, Alex, what is going on? Welcome to our channel. We have seen your channel before. So welcome to Philippine Antics. I don't know if you've watched us in the past or not, but we've seen your channel. And looks like
Thank you,
Big
guys.
Papa's in the house.
Hey guys, I'm not going to turn my.
I have. I've been watching you guys for a while now.
I'm not going to turn my cam on because I'm in protest of go-go. I don't believe anybody should be up here that you can't. The whole thing about go-go is if I'm going to debate somebody or somebody's going to be on stage, I should be able to hold them accountable. I should be able to hold them accountable to any statement they make. If they say something derogatory about me, I should be able to go to the police and say, hey, look, this guy just made this statement about me. And with go-go, you can't do that. That's why people like go-go do this. They do it so they are never held accountable. They don't care about hiding who they are. It's hiding accountability. And that's why they do it. All right. Having said that, the second reason I came up is because I wanted there to be someone on this stage today that knows what he's talking about being married to a younger lady. My wife was almost 18 years younger than I am. All right. She took hell by it. Her friends, her family, her mother and father kept asking, are you sure you're not having issues with father issues? So don't think that these women who are walking around, all right, on the arm of some older man are walking around and they're in the big living life now.
Dude, no one said that.
Okay, let me finish my thought. What I'm telling you is they're paying for it somewhere, whether it's their family, whether it's their friends, because it is not morally accepted in the Philippines, whether it's an American, a foreigner, or even a Filipino husband. It's not accepted to be married to someone so much younger. All right, and I just wanted to come up here because I'm telling you this fact. This is what I think.
You're right. You're right.
Did he just say it's not?
What I'm saying is, what I was trying to say was this: 17, 18 years is nothing. My girlfriend is 30 years old. I turned 47 this year. 17 years, that's nothing. These guys are walking around with 20 and 30 year, 25 and 30 year age differences. That's a big difference. I'm sorry.
I agree. That's why I'm saying my wife is 18 years different, and she's getting shit for it. So imagine the fucking poor girl that's got 35 years difference. This people, what is it, Mark? His wife's what, in her 20s and he's almost 70. Okay, I keep my mouth shut on that one.
Can I say something real quick?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to address, like, this kind of related to me because my girlfriend and we have a 25-year age gap. And I was gonna say first, I respect what D Webb is saying and I respect what Bryant is saying. That's the number one thing. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. It is always perception. When somebody said, does it make it right? Does it make it wrong? To me, my girlfriend and I are super happy. We've been together for 2 years. I'll be honest with you, most than likely we're going to end up getting married. Again, I'm turning 50 in July, so we do have a 25. She's 25. She just turned 25. And I don't, you guys know I have a channel, Philippine antics and all that, but I don't push that on my channel. When I show my channel, when I show my videos, I don't push, hey, come here. I live in Thailand. I live in the Philippines before. You know, I don't push, come to Southeast Asia, get a young girl. You know, you're going to be happier. This is the way it is. You should do this. I don't do none of that. If somebody thinks me being with my girlfriend is wrong, I don't fight it back. I don't get angry because I'm happy. She's happy. And I don't try to change their mind. If somebody tells me, I believe is wrong, I never said, well, no, let me tell you why you're wrong. And let me tell you why you should change your mind. And I think when Gogo is trying to do that, he shouldn't be doing that because it's kind of silly. You know, one thing that I don't know who said it. He said, let people be. If you know, they're doing whatever they're doing, let them be. Don't get in people's business, right? And the way I see it is, if I have friends and I'm breaking the law, or if I'm doing something illegal, or if I'm doing things that are gonna get me in trouble, then I expect my friends to come and check me, basically. So that's the way I see it. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, I'm the one that said that to stay out of people's business because, for one, we just seen what just went on about a week and a half ago. What just happened in Cebu? Okay, guy's dead. All right, and I'm not just talking about getting in people's business, people getting drunk, doing stupid stuff, being out in the middle of the night. Okay, just staying out of people's business. Your business, and it's not for me to say. Your girlfriend, 25 years younger, even if I agree or disagree, the point is, it's none of my business. If you're happy, that's fine. I don't agree with it, that's fine. And that's all I'm going to say. Good night, Heidi and George and everybody. Take care.
I just want to add one thing. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that these people shouldn't
Good
be
night,
doing
Bruce.
it. I'm just saying that don't think that people aren't saying stuff about it. Don't think that it's culturally accepted all over the Philippines, because it is not. So these girls that are doing this are doing it, you know, are getting talked to.
I think it's actually become
It is not.
normalized to
I
some
agree.
point through YouTube and social media. That's what I was telling George, because back in the US, I didn't see it too often, not in Florida, not in Ohio growing up. It would happen every now and then, but it's, and I get why it actually happens and the age gap thing. And when I got here, for me as a Western woman, it was, I'm not going to say I was totally like floored by how many that I actually seen or seeing them in public or anything, but it was just different for me. It's kind of like people not used to seeing me. Like when I'm walking down MacArthur Highway and stop at a Panda Cell place, they kind of look at me when I'm walking the neighborhood and stuff, but it's kind of like something you're just not used to seeing. But it's something that I feel has been normalized through.
Can I ask Alex a question?
Go ahead.
Alex, you seem like you're a confident dude. Like you don't really care what other people think about
Yeah,
you
yeah.
and your
Who's that?
girl. But, this is Dusty. You don't seem like
I don't.
you care what other people think about you. But do you see the stares,
So what's
or
that, Dusty?
do you see the comments sometimes when people make, or do you hear the snickers and all that good stuff, or do you just you think people just go about their normal day? Hello?
I mean, I kind of get where you, because I mentioned it
Yeah,
earlier.
let me answer
Dusty.
that.
Yeah.
They're very. We don't get them too much. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I think there's a delay for Alex.
Okay. So yeah, we don't get him too much. We do get him every once in a while. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes on my YouTube channel, they do leave comments on the page, but when they leave comments in a respectful way, like you have done, like Webb has said, the comments that he said about the age gap, then I address them. When they are kind of trolling and they called my girlfriend's names, or they said, it's for the money, or things like that. Then I kind of block them, or I reply if I'm bored. If I have nothing to do, then I entertain myself with them. I do see them, but to be honest with you, we don't get it all the time. Like I don't get those stares too much. Every once in a while, yeah, people stare, and I don't get angry, and I don't get offended by it, and I accept it, because when I got with her, I understand what I was getting into. You know what I mean? Like I'm aware. I'm not stupid. I know she's younger than me, and I know what comes with that. At the same time, I accepted that she's younger than me, so there's gonna be sometimes I wouldn't be bumping heads, because the way I think is gonna be a little bit different from her. So in a way, I myself had to learn how to be a little bit patient with her as well, because she doesn't have a lot of life experience. And I tell her that all the time. I said, listen, go hang out with girls, go do things, as long as you respect me. And if you want to do something, go do it. I don't hold her back, and I don't want to hold her down and expect for her to act a certain way, being the age she is. So I accept all of that. I accept what comes with it. But I do, yeah, of course I see it. Of course, sometimes people stare. Of course, some people might say something under the breath. Yeah, that's expected. Like she was saying, right? She looks different. Heidi, right? I'm sorry, Miss Heidi.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, so we get it also,
Yeah, so
but I think
even
it's
herself, she looks a little
because
bit different. I look different. Like people.
I think they're just staring mostly because we're foreigners. It's kind of hard saying in an age gap, or what appears like people think me and
Yeah, so
George is at least 10 years. There's like a difference or something. I think the people that feel it the most is the ones that are more closer, because you look young enough, Alex,
No, what I'm
but
saying
I'm
is
sure
people
it's
can
other
stare.
people like, right. Oh yeah, they're going to stare all day long. Yeah, so it's probably people like Paul that actually feels
Yeah, that's what I
it,
mean.
and
So
we
people are gonna
watch Paul
stare
Old Dog
regardless.
New
So
Trick.
if you accept that, then life becomes a little bit easier.
And it has, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you find that she keeps you young? Because you're almost 50 years old. It's time to slow it down a little bit.
Does she keep me young? No, I know my age. I know how old I am. Say it again.
Yeah, usually, like I'm 47, and I'm slowing down a little bit.
I don't do young stuff. I don't.
I can't imagine myself dating a 25-year-old because they have all this energy and youthfulness and all that good stuff. Yeah, it's exhausting.
What do you mean by slow it down? What do you mean by slowing down?
Right.
I don't get the question. Can you explain to me a little bit better?
Like me and you both, we're about the same age. We're moving into a different stage of our life. It's not a stage where we're out drinking and partying and you could smoke trees, I guess, in Thailand. You know, that keeps you young. But you know, our bodies are a little different now. Like, do she help keep you young? Does she keep you
Okay,
motivated to
so let
party
me answer that real quick.
and do all that good stuff? Go ahead. I'll wait. I'm sorry.
So number one, number one, I don't drink. I stopped drinking like 12 years ago, I think. So I got to take out my headphone because sometimes the feedback is kind of weird. But I don't drink. I stopped drinking like 12 years ago. She doesn't drink. She's not a big drinker. She's never have. It's not because she's with me. It's just that's the way she is. When it comes on to any other stuff, I know how old I am. I know what my limitations are. I don't act or do things as if I was 25 years old. I'm in pretty good shape, I think, for my age. I do jujitsu. I like to stay fit. I like to travel. I'm down to do anything that I can do, and not something that I have to force myself to do to keep up. And does she keep me young? I don't know what that means, to be honest with you. I'm going to be 50. I feel my age. I don't know. She doesn't keep me young. I know I am the age I am, and I do what I do.
I'd like to add on to that there, Mr. Alex. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Well, you know, and Dusty, well, I'm 55, and for those who don't know, I do have a YouTube channel out there, and I was out there last year, and they saw what I was doing out there. Yes, I do drink. Yes, I do have my cigars and whatnot, but you know what? I keep it at the house. I occasionally go out there and have my good times and whatnot, but you know what? The shit I was doing in my teens and 20s and hell, even my early 30s, I don't do anymore. I mean, it's just taxing on you, man. It really is, and you just feel it the next day. You really do. And
Not yet,
that,
man. Can you get some coffee, please? Thank you. Oh, sorry.
All right, George and Heidi, thank you for allowing me to join your show. Big props to you, Alex. You too, D-Web. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate you, man.
And peace be with the chat. Everybody stay blessed for this Easter coming up.
Thank you. You
Thank
too.
you. All right, now about the age gap relationship. Now be aware.
See you,
okay,
Dusty.
now, now Alex brought up a good point. You have to just, if you are in an age gap relationship, you have to accept the looks. Now, remember, the looks may or may not be positive, or may or may not be negative. Sometimes these looks and stares are, I wish that I was him, or I wish I was her. You know what I'm saying? They're not exactly necessarily bad. Also, be aware that, again, that they're going to talk about you, but not necessarily, they're going to talk behind your back, whether it's good or bad. You just have to accept it. People is people. They will always talk about other people. It's what we do. It's humans. Now, also be aware. Now, again, forget the moral compass and dating and age. Okay, forget that. A lot of you actually made a good point, and Alex made a good point. But to summarize again, be aware. Forget the moral compass, good or bad, right or wrong, legal or not. The real problem, again, first off, as long as you love each other, it's fine. The real problem or challenge you will face with an age gap relationship is, again, not only are you going to fight cultural if you're from different cultures, is the subculture, meaning what you grow up upon is not the same as the ones that are younger than you or older than you. You know what I'm saying? Like me and Heidi, okay, I'm very well versed with the Western culture. Heidi and I talk shop all day. I mean, we can talk about Elvis, whatever, such and such. But I was born and raised in the Philippines, and the reason why I say that is because there's shows that never ever made it to the Philippines, and the ones that did, be aware, during the era pre-internet, shows showed up here 2-3 years, 5 years behind. So sometimes I tell Heidi, oh, that's before my time. not because the show, right? It's not because the show wasn't made during my era. It's just it didn't make it here until later. You know what I'm saying? But
I was
it
there
goes
during that
back.
time there, George. I remember that.
Yeah, it goes both ways too. For instance, again, I watched Dragon Ball Z 3 years before Americans did because Japan is right here. That was pre-internet. So I watched the Cell Saga before Americans even knew what Dragon Ball Z is. Because and Gundam Wing. I watched it 3 years before Americans did because that's in our area. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't necessarily mean that. And then of course there's a subculture in age, even if they're both from America or if they're both from the Philippines, you know. It's just weird. Like for example, Ginto here, there's a song like Ginto, Ginto. I talked to an younger girl who was selling in the Sar store, and I said, do you have Ginto here? And she's like, what is that? But I didn't take offense to it or anything, like, because I knew it's kind of like after her time kind of deal. She doesn't know, you know what I'm saying? Because she lives in a different era.
Ginto was around that long, the drink?
Well, that's the thing. She doesn't drink. She's not of drinking age. And she's just watching shop.
Well, I think Ginto has been,
right. But what I'm saying
is
is, right. But the song, she would know the song. But the point is, she doesn't even know the song.
that they're linked together.
But what I'm saying is, we're from the same country, speak the same language, Kapampangan, and she has no clue what I'm talking about. Same thing, for example, if I sit down with a Filipina, let's say Heidi didn't exist, and I'm dating a 20-year-old right now. I can't even talk politics. She wouldn't even know who these people are. You know what I'm saying? Same thing in the U.S. That's basically what I'm saying. And there's challenges with age gap relationships. Now, as far as, again, Alex says, he knows his limitation, and that's the problem too. That when expats come here, they forget who they are. They stop taking their meds. They start doing crazy stuff. Yeah, that's fine.
Guys busting out their knees and backs.
Correct. You're welcome to do what you want. However, be aware you're not young anymore. Honestly, I'm not that old, but 5 years ago, oh, gee, many crickets. I'm a shadow of myself 5 years ago.
No, he's saying we're hitting, even in our 50s,
I mean,
we're hitting a retirement stage where we want to
watch our YouTube when I arrive in the Philippines and look at my figure versus now. Big difference, and that's not that long ago. Point being, the stuff I could do 2 years ago, I'm a shadow of myself 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people forget when they're with a younger girl, and I think that's what the gentleman says. Do they make you younger? Yeah, because older men try to keep up with the younger girl, and unfortunately, I say unfortunately, some people with Heidi said the younger girl, specifically the younger girl, sometimes don't take into consideration that you're not up to the challenge of whatever she presents you to, because to her it's normal. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, George and Heidi, thanks for letting me on here tonight. I just wanted to get out of here. Thanks everybody for
Thank you, Big Papa.
listening to what I had to say. If you agree, great. If you don't, well, I don't give a shit. Sure. But whatever. I just want to get out of here so Gogo can feel like he can speak again without being tramped on. So good luck, Gogo. Take care.
All right. Bye, Big Papa. Thank you so much.
With that, George and Heidi, I'd like to sign off there. Thank you for having me.
I want to touch on what you said about the subculture part.
Thanks so much, Mr. Webb.
No, you don't need to call me Mr. Webb. Just call me Dave there, George.
All right. Thanks, David.
All right. Peace out.
All right, see you, Mr. Webb.
Thank you.
All right, now.
See you, Dave. David.
Take it easy, Alex.
Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, yeah, what you said about the subculture part, I think it's important. I think you need to have things in common with somebody. I agree 100%. With that being said, I grew up in Mexico. I was born in the States. I was born in New York. But my whole life, I grew up in Mexico. When I was like 20 years old, I went back to the U.S. and then I joined the Navy. I retired from the military, and I spent a good amount of time basically in the military. And so my upbringing, I didn't grow up with American culture, basically, even though I am American, born in America, but I did not grew up with that culture. So like I always tell people, like a lot of my American friends, when they make references back to the 90s or the 80s, I'm like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So even me with my friends, sometimes I'm lost. So I tell them all the time, I said, listen, if you're going to make a reference to back in the day, make it from 1996 and up, because that's when I came back to the States with my girlfriend. She grew up here in Thailand. So we come from like very different really cultures and subcultures, because even with the stuff I grew up watching on TV and the movies I saw some American movies. They made it to Mexico, same like in the Philippines, but in Mexico it's even worse than the Philippines, believe it or not, when it comes into American culture. A lot of Filipinos, they're very familiar with American culture from back in the 80s and the 70s, 60s, going way back, some things that I don't even know about. So a lot of Americans, when they come to the Philippines, they feel a better connection with the Filipino people, because even the Filipino people know about American culture from way back then, which I don't. and so that challenge even becomes greater. Well, some people might see it as bigger for her and I, but I don't see it like that, because the way I see it is I'm learning. She's teaching me Thai. I'm teaching her a little bit of Spanish. I'm teaching her some American culture that I kind of knew once I moved back to the States, and my other culture that I have. So it's kind of, we learning from each other. You know what I mean? So it's like her things that she grew up with, she might tell me some things, and then I learn about it. I've been showing her some American movies that I watch when I moved back in the States. She has met some of my American friends, so we kind of learning from each other. It doesn't. I don't see it necessarily as a challenge per se. We do have a lot of things in common. Again, things that I don't like to do, she don't like to do. Things that I like to do, she likes to do. And I don't. And like you said, I'm aware of my limitations. I'm not gonna do something that is gonna end up giving me a heart attack. I'm not gonna do something that is gonna make me need a hip replacement. I know how old I am, and I tell her all the time. I said, listen, baby, I'm almost 50. So this is not gonna happen. So, but yeah, I agree with you 100% on the subculture part, and which is something that not too many people bring up. Some people always phrase it as things in common, but they don't really explain it like you just did. And the way you did it is actually perfect.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say that a lot of people find the relationships, and even with a little bit of an age gap, foreign is just always interesting. I've always dated foreigners myself, so there's a lot of, I don't know, it's just always more interesting.
Exotic.
Exotic would be the word. A lot to learn from the cultures. It adds to the relationship. To me, I hate to say it, I always, and this is going to offend some of the Americans, I kind of found it boring to date men my age and to date the Americans. So I always dated somebody that was always a couple years older than me and was foreign. So that's been most of my relationships. So that's just, and some people like that. It doesn't have to be, just some people do, and it's just in their blood.
I'm shocked about what those guys had to say before. Because age gap relationships are completely normal. And actually, I would sort of question what their backgrounds they're claiming, those black gentlemen that came on the panel. And you're welcome to come back up and debate me, because here's the thing why I find it quite odd by the comments you made. Living in Asia for a significant amount of time, you don't even notice the age gap relationships. It becomes a norm. So I would say the issue lies with you gentlemen, and you alone.
Well, like I said, the problem is it's really not a problem.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead. Good.
Go ahead.
Age gap relationships are the norm. I agree. But what the gentlemen we're talking about is a situation like mine, basically, where there's a bigger age gap relationship, a 20-year age gap relationship, 25 and above. That's what the gentleman that just left were talking about. Those kind of relationships, this kind of relationship, I'm fully aware it is not the norm. I'm sorry, but it's not the norm. Maybe 10, 9, 8.
Wait, hang on, wait.
Women are
Put
always
that
going to
into.
prefer an older man. That
We
is
need
a
to put that
fact.
into context.
We
You
already
can't
know
just
that.
make
But
that.
what
Hang
the
on.
gentlemen we're talking about that just left, we're talking about a bigger age gap relationship. That's
I
the
need to cut you
difference.
off there to clarify something with you, Alex. 20 years is a 20-year-old with a 40-year-old. That's normal. There's nothing abnormal about that. Now go ahead.
I didn't say it was abnormal. You know, it's what I mean is abnormal and normal can be two different things. Is it normal to see this? It is not normal, bro. You're not gonna go to countries and see a whole bunch of 40-year-old with 20-year-old women. You're not. You're gonna see it. You might see it, and you might think somebody is 40 and they're actually like 30 years old, but it's not a normal thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're making it seem like they're everywhere. They're, people like
They
us are
are
not
everywhere.
everywhere. I
They
live
are
in Thailand.
everywhere.
I've been living here for 5 years. I live in the Philippines for 6 years. You go to a certain part of the Philippines, just a small area of that country, of that city, it might be kind of normal there, but as a whole, it is not normal. And this is coming from a guy with a girl with a 25-year
Okay,
age gap.
here's where
So
I'll
I
debate you
do
with
not
that.
agree. I'm sorry. 20
Here's
years, 25
all
year
right.
age gap
All
is not
right, let
normal.
me reply.
Not
I'll tell you why
normal.
you're
Not
wrong.
saying that it's bad. Not saying that it's abnormal. Not
Yeah.
saying that it's something wrong with it. It is not the
Yes.
norm. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm
Here's
saying.
why you're
It's not the
wrong, and here's
norm.
why it is the norm.
Is it
And let me
normal? Yeah, it's
explain.
normal. I think I'm normal. I don't think there's something wrong with me. I
Alex,
don't think there's something wrong with her. But is it the norm? It is not the norm.
okay, so here's why you're wrong. We're not just talking about marriages, right? It is quite common. You see, I'm quite social. I
Okay,
talk to
tell
a
me.
lot of Filipinos. I'm very social. I don't just come on here and make comments and not have a lot of friends that are Filipinos, okay? They often have mistresses with those age gaps that I just explained. Now, they're not married, so often they go under the radar to what you guys see in general. But it's quite common. It's very common. I have to be honest with you. And the girls that are dating these guys don't have an issue with it. It's really common.
Okay. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay. You got it.
Now, if you're referring to marriages, Alex, I see a lot of those too. Not as many, but there's still a lot. Especially with 20-year age gap, there's still a lot. I mean, I don't know what to say. You're just wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, I think the real argument here, actually.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Whoa. What happened? Okay. Now, the real argument here, actually, I think I see where Gogo's coming from, and I mean, I see again. Now, I may be off on this one. Okay, I may be off on this one. It may not be what Gogo's thinking, or either way, this is somewhat an unpopular opinion, though, what I'm about to say. Now, again, remember, there's a difference from right and wrong and legal things. Okay, there's a difference in accepted and normal. Now, if you can segregate the two, accepted and normal, are this is what I mean by unpopular opinion. This is on the side of Gogo's. Is our age gap relationships normal? Yes. Are they acceptable or accepted? No. Now, forget Philippines.
Forget all of that.
Forget Alex. I mean, I'm no offense to you, Alex. I'm just explaining things. Throughout history, facts is there's a lot of historical figures in different timelines in different countries that have these huge age gap marriages. Now, again, is it normal? Somewhat, and that's why I say somewhat. It's existed since the dawn of time. However, do the masses accept it? No, they do not. So I'm not quite sure where I land as far as with if Gogo is that's where he's seeing things or not. But I'm just telling you the unpopular opinion, which again, is it normal? Technically, it is. However, it is not accepted, and I think that's the issue.
But I've seen it socially accepted as well. That's the thing, George. I've seen it socially accepted.
It's socially accepted to a point, and it depends on the culture, depends on the location. Again, it's very diverse. Yes, I agree with you.
How we can clear this up a bit, George? I think it's more to do, when you go and see a couple, right, and they're in an age gap, and it's not clicking, it's so obvious what's going on here, and it's just awkward, right?
Right.
There's that, and then there's the ones that are clicking. Do you know what I mean? And those ones that are clicking, the family doesn't care. They are socially accepted. And those ones that aren't clicking, it's just too transactional. So
Actually,
I think there's a mix, yeah? You know what I mean?
actually, Gogo makes a good point. This is actually fact because it's kind of like what Gogo's saying. Some families can see if the relationship is real, they accept it. But if there's something amiss, that's when they kind of go, wonky on the subject.
Exactly. Yeah, you said it, George. You got it now. We've nailed it. Yeah.
Hey, Big Papa, welcome back. Hey, Griff, how you doing?
Hey,
Hello, everybody.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Big Papa's back.
I had to come back. Have you all noticed that just because Gogo says, I've seen it, it means it's so?
Okay.
Just because Gogo says, oh, well, I've seen it in my personal life, it means it's so. Gogo, just because you see something does not mean it's socially acceptable, okay, buddy? Girly, whatever you are.
Well, we just explained that it is, but when the relationship appears not genuine, then it's not.
I'm gonna start screaming at this dumbass if I stick around. I gotta go. Bye, guys.
All right, bye, Big Papa.
I'm gonna just be all done. So I gotta get out of here. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Griff. Tell us your 2 cents real quick.
I think it's perfect. Gogo's analogy of this, if it's a transactional relationship, then it looks bad and people don't accept it. But if it's a normal man-woman relationship, people accept it.
Can I say one more thing before I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Gogo, a mistress is a totally
Yes, go ahead.
A mistress is a totally different thing, okay? If I'm going to have a mistress, I guarantee you, if I'm a 60-year-old man and my wife is 60 years old, my mistress is not going to be 60 years old. My mistress is going to be, at least 25, 30 years old, something like that.
Whoa. So it's okay if you have a mistress that's younger, but you can't have a wife.
Oh, absolutely.
Interesting.
No,
that's not true. Because because I have a foreigner, he's over 70, and the way he legitimized his relationship with the 23-year-old was having a kid with her, and the family accepts them. Now, had he just been using her for sex, I'm sure the family would not have accepted their relationship.
We're talking about a mistress. We're talking about a woman who she makes her money for being with an older man. All right. We're not talking about some poor little province girl that just came up from the little province over by Cebu who now got involved with a 70-year-old man that's going to take the situation because she needs to get out of the province. That's a little different than a mistress who is looking to get 50 grand a year.
Yeah, so you want to talk about mistresses. What's your question?
I wish I had me a mistress. Now that I've got that baby.
Are you saying there's an ethical issue with mistress?
An issue? No, absolutely not. If a woman wants to be paid to spend her time with a man, absolutely, that's up to her. What two people do behind closed doors to me is totally up to them. I don't care what they do behind closed doors. But if she wants to get paid so that she can spend her time with a man, that's up to her. That's a mistress, okay?
Dusty.
Then I don't understand what you're doing because they're agreeing. We're on the same page. I don't get where you're coming.
But that's not a norm. That's not a norm. That's something that's a contractual relationship.
Thank you, Dusty.
Thanks so much, Dusty. Appreciate your support.
So it's okay to have a contractual relationship with a younger woman, and it's not okay to be married. This is interesting.
Absolutely, it's okay.
Actually, it makes sense. And again, I understand where both sides are coming from. Be aware that, okay, it's kind of like this. I want a transactional relationship. All right, so it's a joke.
You call it a transaction relationship?
Transactional.
Oh, that's
okay.
a transaction.
Now,
Transaction.
Transactional. Well, it could be. Now, right? There's between Phillies and Envies by Walking Street. But anyway, now.
I'm a transact.
And Big Papa, you're wrong because me and George already established if the relationship is real, that it is socially acceptable.
Right, and that's where the segregation again occurs. It's a lot easier to make an analogy again. Remember, I always use this analogy, and it's actually fact. Whenever I date women, or did rather. Okay, I always had
girls.
Two columns.
It's the second time you've done that.
Two columns. One is girlfriend material, and one is wife material. Now, what I'm saying is same thing as Big Papa is saying. When you're looking for a wife, they go in that column, meaning his norm. I'm not saying, okay, his norm is, again, somewhat same age, yada, yada, yada. But when he goes to the girlfriend column, or in this case would be a mistress column, he's looking for fun. He's looking for somebody not serious with, not a real relationship. And therefore, the age goes lower, meaning younger. You know what I'm saying? I believe
I'm
that's
not going to give $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year which is the average mistress makes that out from a guy, 20, 30, 45, 50,000.
That's not the average they give a mistress. I don't know where you're pulling that from, Big Papa.
Yeah, Big Papa, you're off on this.
No, I'm talking in the States. I'm not talking in the Philippines. I live here in the States right now. So I'm talking here in the States.
Well, we're talking about the Philippines. Why would you be talking about mistress in the States?
No wonder.
No, I'm talking about in general. So I'm talking the dollars wise of the United States. I spend a lot of time in the Philippines, so I know what I'm talking about with the Philippines. I spent 18 years married to a Filipino. We went into the Philippines probably twice a year for, imagine, 8 weeks at a time. So I know what I'm talking about with the Philippines. What I'm saying to you is it's not the norm, all right, if it's a wife, but if it's a mistress, nobody gives a man.
Hang on, wait, I'm a little bit lost. Is this guy talking about in America or in the Philippines?
Philippines.
Did he say he goes to the Philippines a couple weeks ago?
I'm a bit confused.
What you mean? Okay, was I understanding that you said you were married for 18 years or how long?
Married for 18 years, and we usually make 1 to 2 trips a year to the Philippines. And we
now was that like for side chicks or?
I don't.
No, we would go to visit my wife's family.
Just
My
I
wife
have to
No,
check.
I was gonna
and my
say I don't
daughter.
think it was.
Okay,
I don't
I
think
was
he's
kind of
referring to
missing.
him.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
No, my
because
wife and
I
my
don't think
daughter
it's
and
referring
I
to him. No.
would go to the Philippines.
Heidi.
To visit our parents,
Gogo, you know that's what you was thinking.
and we would stay.
Yeah, some do that. Actually, a lot do that.
But yeah, a lot
I
of
know
guys
I
do.
go to Japan a few times a year. George, you don't know.
So you pulled out 50 grand a year for a mistress in USD. So it's kind of off. I don't.
If you're getting a mistress here in the U.S., you better have money to pay for it because you're not. I mean, unless you're just
Yeah,
looking.
but we're not talking about mistress in the US. We're talking about mistress in the Philippines. George, help me. I'm hitting myself.
This will be expensive here in the Philippines.
What's that?
Okay, now, just so you guys know, again, if you have a mistress in the Philippines, I'm talking about the mistress side. If you have a mistress in the Philippines, hopefully, again, I see in the comments, not all of them are transactional, which I agree. Not all of them, because some of them are in for the love. But here's the problem, and if you're a mistress in the United States, it's somewhat not a big deal. I mean, yeah, some people know, and some are like, well, okay, whatever. But here's the problem: here in the Philippines, if you're a kabit, I hope they're getting something out of it because kabits are really, really frowned upon here.
What's kabits?
Kabit is mistress in Tagalog.
I thought you said it was okay. No, I'm
No,
saying
no.
it's some of these truck
No,
drivers have
Heidi. So,
Right,
Heidi, it's not. All right, go on, George.
Yeah, good, Bobo, good.
Oh well.
It's common, but they don't talk about it, and often the wife knows about it, but it's not discussed.
Okay.
Yeah, and right, but either way, yeah, they look at the kabit or
I'm
the mistress.
still telling you, Gogo, I need to do
bad,
that.
bad light.
I got to do that wife swap thing then.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason that the wife doesn't say anything about it is there's no divorce, and the wife can't divorce him and take away 50% of his belongings.
Alex got
Now,
nervous.
and that's why you're never going to see.
You get a little
divorce
nervous
in the
there, Alex?
Philippines. You're never going to see
Wife
divorce
swap
in the
coming to
Philippines
Thailand.
because there are too many senators and other congressmen that are scared that when they are in danger of losing half of their wealth, that
You got me dying over here, Heidi.
it's not
I'm
gonna
gonna
happen.
put George in your house, or I'm gonna put your woman in our house, and I'm gonna come stay with you in Thailand.
There you go.
Visit a couple of them puff ass
Hey,
shops.
can I say something? Because this guy does not know what he's talking about, Big Papa. You're a complete idiot. Actually, you're a stupid head. I can say stupid head on this channel, right? You're a stupid head. Even the taxi drivers in the Philippines have mistresses. And you're talking about paying them 50 grand a year? You have no experience,
What the
Big
hell are
Papa.
you talking about? Taxi drivers paying for mistresses?
Yeah, plenty have mistresses. And you're calling taxi drivers rich, Big
Papa?
Papa?
And they got the low price mistresses that they're paying $5 a week.
No, girlfriend mistresses. That's how common they are.
Oh God.
Hey guys, I just want to get out of. I need to get out of here. I'm done with my coffee, so it's time for me to go. Go and we're gonna go out and watch a movie, eat lunch.
Yeah.
I
Remember,
just want to
Alex,
say thank you for
send us
having
your
me. Thank you
email.
for finally having me on, and very nice to meet you guys. Hello to the
Yes.
chat, and see you in the next one.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, guys, we are going to wrap
Next,
this
George
up.
and Alex, wife swap. Here we go.
Yep. I'm gonna
Thank you so much.
come to that show.
I find that it's just ridiculous. It's so common and you guys don't even know. It's like you live in a little closet or something, Big Papa. Off he goes. What do you think about it?
Is he still there?
No, it's Griff.
Oh, Griff is there. Yeah, I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Gogo, we're gonna wrap this up. Yeah, I just realized we're at almost 5 hours into this live stream, and I've been up since about 4. So we still have to go out to the store, believe it or not. So we do appreciate everybody dropping in. Thank you, Gogo, once again. I'm gonna watch you.
Before I go, my closing statement would be: isn't it interesting when you offend people, they all come on the panel? So hopefully now they'll
said.
be part of the show moving forward. Thanks for having me, guys.
Matter the drama. So I appreciate you dropping in, Go.
See you guys.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you
Bye,
so much.
later.
And no, Ruby, it's not a 24-hour live stream. The longest we've done is 12 hours. Although that
I thought we did over 12, but here's the thing. I think
was 15 hours, I think.
Well, I think it has to be 12 or StreamYard's changed it, although we're paying for the StreamYard each month. I think there is a limit to how long, or is that Facebook?
Facebook cuts
cuts
you off
at a
at
certain, is it 8 hours?
8 hours. After 8 hours, it cuts you off.
I think StreamYard's only 12 at a time. So, anyways, thank you.
The closed captioning occurs after a certain time. The YouTube processes the video. The longer the longer video, then
I haven't checked.
it takes a while before the closed captioning occurs, but it doesn't happen live. So
and you got to make sure you turn it on.
yeah, thanks so much, Text World. Thanks so much, Ted, Scott. Thanks so much, Victoria, Sarah, Tyson. Thanks so much, Ruby, of course. Thank you so much. We have Manny C, of course, in the house. Thank you so much. We also have Travel Trends TV, Dusty, of course. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. We love you guys. Thank you, Go. Thank you so much, David, Mr. Webb. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Thanks so much, Brian. Thanks so much, Griff. Thanks so much, Alex. I appreciate you so much.
True, Big Dave.
Thank you so much, Dusty. Thanks so much. I appreciate you.
Right, babe?
Yeah.
Sometimes it ain't about the money. Thank you, guys. And we will see you guys soon. We're going to break down part of this video in 2 different parts also for a rewatch. So,
yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.